Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Path of Exile 2, and today is day 1 of the new Return of the Ancients expansion, which is, I think I heard the developer say, possibly the biggest ever Path of Exile update, perhaps both, from certainly a PoE 2 standpoint, but maybe even from a PoE 1 standpoint as well, which is pretty crazy, so lots of new stuff for us to try out today, including new uniques, new character ascendancy classes, new skills, new other sorts of items, and a new league as well, Runes of Kalgur. So tons and tons of stuff for us to dive into today. I am very excited to check all this stuff out. It's been quite some time, really, since I was last at least spending any meaningful time in PoE 2. I've been doing some currency flipping and whatnot, but you know that's not really the same thing. That's not a full-blown PoE 2 experience. So let's make a new character. We'll go for, of course, the Runes of Kalgur, and I think we'll go standard version probably, or not that standard, but as in the softcore. I don't think we'll do solo self-found. Won't do hardcore in that case, so let's do this. And then plan is, well, to be brutally honest with you, haven't had as much time to plan as I would have perhaps liked to have had. It's been a crazy past week or two for me. So there's a little bit of an idea, a concept for the direction that I'd like to go in, but not really a full-fledged, completely built out build guide to follow or anything like that. But we're gonna figure things out on the fly, which I've always found is exciting, more fun in a way to do things with that approach. Granted, it does mean, of course, we're taking a greater risk. We don't know. It could be that we happen to stumble across something that is absolutely amazing and we luck out and it'll be fantastic, or it could mean that we just so happen to have stumbled across something that is well, doo-doo. Especially because we're going to be doing something that is quite new. We are going out there, trying something that is quite experimental. That is that we are going to do a monk, which, for what it's worth, I've actually never done a monk before. I've done most of the other classes, it feels like, but this is one of the few exceptions, so that alone is new. But there is also a new ascendancy for the monk, the martial artist, which I would like to try out. Now, for those of you who have seen some of our previous build guides on this channel, we've made a point of basically going all out, and when I mean all out, I mean like really all out to absurd extents, on critical hit, both chance and damage. So that is ultimately the goal in many ways with this character. Have a few ideas for how we can make that happen, but as I was saying before, it's definitely not a full-fledged plan by any means at this stage, but that at least gives you a little bit of a sense of what direction we're looking to go in here. Okay, now I think I had one or two names that I was thinking of here. One of them was going to be, which is supposed to be a play on words for both critical hits and that Star Wars character, Kit Fisto, who I really don't know other than that he has a cool name. But I don't really know if we are going to be doing unarmed attacks or not, which feels like that would be the fitting name, or that is the most applicable way to play a character with this name, but I'm not 100% sure yet if that's going to be a thing for us or not, so I think instead I'm going to go with something a little more generic, that instead is just based off of the name of our ascendancies. Let's see, I was going to go Lids, the critical artist, or something along those lines. Okay. So I'm definitely out of practice here, and I've never played a monk, as I was saying before, so certainly, I was about to say, certainly the short-term early leveling process, I'm not very familiar with what our go-to should be, but that would also imply that I have a firm plan long term, which I really don't. So we're just gonna figure it out on the fly a little bit. And the other thing, as I said, unfortunately didn't have a ton of time to prep this time round for this league start, so I have not updated the loot filter. So do we have any... Can we even use the old loot filter at all? Will it let us do that? Maybe we don't do uber strict. Maybe it's actually better if we do semi-strict or no filter at all, because I don't really have one that is set for this league, let alone league start in general. Also haven't done much with quarterstaffs. I have done a little bit, tiny bit, with a few of our other characters. The other thing is that I've been spoiled. So, I know we didn't make any new build guide videos for any characters in the previous league. I did play in the previous league a fair bit at the beginning. In fact, made at least a couple of full-blown characters well into endgame, fully kitted out and whatnot. But I just had a bunch of stuff going on. I moved, got a new job, all that sort of stuff, so it just wasn't going to be possible for me to logistically go through the time to make new build guides for those characters. But for what it's worth, the previous character that I was playing stacked crazy movement speed, 75% base movement speed, and even more than that, of course, when sprinting. So the moment we started walking like this, I was like, oh no, this is gonna be a bit of a learning experience, a bit of an adjustment. So, okay, fair enough. Let's see, quarterstaff strike. Okay. Right. So in a vacuum, really the only context and experience I have with quarterstaffs is with a fully kitted out character from a few leagues ago that was all in on crit and was theoretically flexible enough to use any of a number of weapons or skills, and that included some quarterstaff skills. And so I just kind of threw it on quickly, a quarterstaff with a skill or two, and that was how we... How do I want to keep behind this? Guess we'll do that. I changed my mind. So it was just sort of a quick little, sure, I'll throw on a quarterstaff and try some of this stuff out type of situation. Oh, okay, I have to use it first. Right, that's the thing. It might have even been this skill. Was it? Maybe not. But it was just sort of like, oh, okay, with little to no adjustments to the build, I can just do this. So I'm gonna try it out, and we'll show it off in the... Oh my goodness! In the build guide. Oh, we got crit. That's what happened. That's why we took a ton of damage from that. Oh my goodness! Oh, we got crit again. That's why. Okay, that's why we're ignited. I'm pretty sure. We just kept on getting crit, which is in part why that damage seemed absolutely ridiculous. I know, obviously, we aren't strong yet, by any means. That seemed a little bit much. That's actually pretty huge there. As is that, potentially. Leads, excuse me, you aren't doing the optimal approach of basically just rushing straight to the boss? Look. I know. That's kind of what I was saying, is I could use a little bit of an opportunity. Ease into things a bit here. Actually close to leveling up. Liz, did you just attempt to attack that tree stump? Look, I don't want to talk about it, okay? What I do want to talk about are these various pieces of gear that we picked up that are actually quite helpful, not gonna lie. I kind of want to deliberately level up before we get to this boss. Yeah, there we go. Why not? Okay, so, as I said, really don't have a plan for much of anything, but we do have the, plan of going crit, and usually when we're going crit, we're hanging around in this area of the tree, so it's actually a rare luxury to just start with almost immediate access to crit stuff. So I appreciate that. What's up? How's it going, Vormav? Don't understand optimal either. Look, optimal is just like, why would we do that? You know? Why be optimal when we can be experimental? At least initially. And then, of course, in time, we can respec and do other things to, well, yeah, optimize the build more. But at least for now, let me just double check. So where exactly are the crit points? So usually, for all of our other crit builds, we've at least found ourselves hanging out, well, I mean, just zoom way out. So I don't know to what extent the tree has been reworked. I've read some of the patch notes, but not all of the patch notes. So I certainly could not tell you when and where and how every point on the tree has been changed. But hopefully just by showing you critical, you can see that generally speaking, a lot of the clusters are here in and around the monk area. Even, you know, just going a little further in that direction, you have some. You can go in this direction. I mean, you can see, yeah, they're fairly evenly dispersed, although it's just not giving you the clearest of pictures because this is showing every type of crit, whereas if you go up here, you're going to start getting stuff that is specifically spell crit. Go down in other places, it might be specifically attack crit. So for generic critical hit chance, this is actually really one of the best places, the best place to be on the tree. So it is a nice little luxury to be able to start here rather than have to path over here before getting to crit stuff. Now, generally speaking, at least in PoE 1, and to an extent in PoE 2 as well, crit is notorious for being difficult to level with at the beginning of the game because it is typically very gear dependent, and of course at the very beginning you're not going to have much of any gear at all. But I do think that it's a little bit easier to do early game crit stuff in PoE 2 relative to PoE 1. So I think we can still find a way to make that work. So I think we'll just go for the speed, and then we'll probably end up going... I mean, short term, this is better, whereas this is better long term, again, because our base critical hit chance, at least at the moment, is not very high. Actually, what is the base crit on this? It's 10%? It's not horrible. Okay, here we go. We are theoretically stronger now than we would have otherwise been had we just gone without leveling. Okay, yeah, see, I've already done... Okay, that's actually extremely frustrating. I already was in the process of dodging, then the game interrupts me with a, oh, please dodge. And in doing so, closing out of that made me roll directly back into his attack. So the game warning me about dodging prevented me from dodging. I shouldn't be attacking these guys. Yeah, do that. Ow. Oh, stunned him right when he was about to do a big hit. That is nice. Please stop that. There we go. There are also... Ooh, nice. This is weird, going with no loot filter. I'm like, have they changed the UI, or is that just because I don't have a loot filter on? There are some other things as well. There's some free rewards you can get just from progressing a little bit for cosmetics. And then something that has been a thing in PoE 1 forever, or practically forever, but has not yet been implemented in PoE 2 until just now. There are now challenges in each league. Hopefully we'll load into town. That's not supposed to be one of them. And I don't remember exactly how many there are, nor do I remember what the hotkey for it is. On here somewhere, probably. Challenges and achievements. So if you complete a certain number of challenges, you can get different cosmetics from that as well, including some armors and also a sort of trophy that you can put in your hideout as well. So, in general, at least in PoE 1, those tended to include some things that were very quick and easy to do, and so you could check off one or two with little to no effort, as long as you at least played a little bit into the game. Whereas once you would get toward the middle and certainly end of the list, you'd get to some things that were either a little bit time-consuming / difficult, or by the end, crazy grinds or real end-game stuff that you had to do in order to get the last few things done, get the biggest and bestest of rewards. So, obviously, we're just getting started here, so it's going to be a long time before we get that stuff, but that is now something that is worth at least taking a quick little look at and maybe gauging whether that is of interest if anyone is new to PoE 2 and wondering what sort of long-term goals they might want to consider. Okay. So, let's skip most of these dialogues, but oh right, we don't have the auto identification for quite some time, in fact. All right, so let's use this quarterstaff. Killing Palm is something that we actually might end up using at endgame, despite it being just a tier 1 skill. But this one is something that I'd like to become more familiar with. But it has some crit-oriented stuff, or at least power charge-oriented stuff, which can synergize with crit. So I would like to find a way, I think, to work this in, unless we have more than enough crit / power charges from other sources. But I think this is going to be an important factor. So I'd like that. And then, yeah, we'll start there. Okay. So, yes, we can ID these things. However, chest plates are kind of objectively bad at the very beginning. Okay, not objectively, but they're somewhat bad at the very beginning because they reduce your movement speed. And I don't think we want to be using that or that. So as tempting as it might be to identify and or use those, I think we'll pass for now. We'll just, okay. There's absolutely something that turns off tutorials, which I could have sworn I had done previously, but clearly that is not the case right now. I would like to do that. Where is it? I assume it's in this menu right here. Oh, what would it be? I've already lost my tutorials. I think it'd be on graphics. That'd be kind of weird, but maybe. They're like, here. Maybe we'll just deal with it because I'm not immediately finding it. Strange. It's somewhere. I'm pretty sure that exists, but so there is also. You stop throwing projectiles at. There is also the new league mechanic, which we may run into quickly. Enemies. Oh, wow. Okay, please don't continuously stun me. I don't like that. I don't like it when you do that. I do like it when you drop unique items in what is the second area. Preferably ones that are actually usable for us. I will identify this. But, don't really know that we benefit much from a shield. Theoretically, they've also added more context clues of various sorts, meaning things in the area that suggest where you're supposed to go to get to certain important places. So this is the League mechanic right here. Let's see what this is all about. I did also, a while back, turn down the dialogue volume. I think I'm going to turn that up just so we can hear more of the conversations with new NPCs and what have you. Because once you've heard it all, it's like, okay, this is not that interesting or important, but at least for now, let's hear some of this stuff out.
Name's Pharaoh. Some call me Rune Seeker, but Pharaoh will do fine. I'm far from home, but these lands are even more unwelcoming than I expected.
Yes, a shadow hangs over Occam, blanketing all that once was. What is your reason for visiting?
Runes, inscriptions, etched into remnants from ancient times. For whatever reason, they burn brighter in all this bedlam. Now, a smith I may have been back home, but I'm no clansman, no warrior. Perhaps we can aid each other.
I take it you need protection while you conduct your research.
That's about right. But you'll also reap rewards from the knowledge we uncover. Speaking of, let's investigate that remnant.
What's up, Nanad? How's it going?
Ah, a formidable inscription. But we can add to it. Combinations of inscriptions react to the will of the inscriber. Look here. My tome contains many rune shapes. Try your hand at one.
Okay. So, the way this new League mechanic works... So we add modifiers that empower enemies, but also improve the sorts of runes or drops that we can get. So, cannot be shocked, or monsters cannot be shocked or chilled. All damage can shock and chill. Okay, it's a little nasty, but... Rune-shaped combinations? Oh, okay, and then we get to choose what direction we want to go in. So we already have this Tempest rune part. We can either go Cold rune, gives them extra cold damage, gives us a transmute, or we can go giving them lightning damage and get an augment. Technically, I think augments are supposed to be more valuable than transmutes in a vacuum, but need to start somewhere. And transmute is the first currency that you usually use to craft an item, so I'm gonna go that route here. And of course, that means enemies will be spawning in. Help if I hit them. Would help if I hit any of them with any ability. Wow, did we just get completely stun locked repeatedly by all of their attacks? That's actually kind of insane. Oh, I did not realize that was an enemy. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was the NPC for a second.
I told you we'd make a fine team.
Okay. So then we do that. We get, actually, both a transmute and an augment, so that works.
That was impressive. The Verisium in that remnant was mighty powerful. You did well. Now, I've traveled to Ogham because I'm researching the origins of my craft. Some Ezamites would say rune shapes were simply brought to us by the first ones. But I reckon there's more to the tale.
Mysteries abound in Ezamir. How might I assist you in learning that?
Help me in my research, and I'll do what I can to aid in your undertakings. Seek out more remnants like this one. It'll be worth your while. Good on you.
So in the future, we'll run into more of those types of encounters. Oh, and I think it might basically save the different types of recipes that we can use there. And as time goes on, we'll be able to add... It'll vary from one area to the next, I think, just how many of those additional modifiers we can add. But when we are allowed to add more, that means there are more ways for us to customize both the enemies' abilities and also the rewards that we get for defeating them, if in fact, of course, we do defeat them, which is not necessarily a given. Never trust someone who slowly and deliberately refers to undertakings. I mean, to be fair, he was kind of referring to us and our murderous ways as an exile, so in a way, we're saying we shouldn't trust ourselves. Doing alright, Nanad. Similar for me, I suppose. Had a crazy week or so in work, so nice to unwind a little bit after that. I'm also just messing with the key bindings a lot as well, and by messing with the key bindings, I mean just pressing the wrong buttons repeatedly. Probably doing a lot of the killing palm or whatever it's called when the enemies are not necessarily in culling range, because I'm not impressing the one that I think I'm pressing. There we go. One moment while I get some mana back, por favor. Ow. Yeah, I would rather not be on the verge of death so often, given the choice. It is... Have you played either Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2 at all, Nanad? Because it is very much the same genre as the Diablo games, and Diablo 2 is oftentimes seen as sort of the big inspiration, and a lot of people say, including the developers, well, the developers say that Diablo games were the inspiration. Many people say that, that's gonna hurt. Many people say that Path of Exile 1 was in many ways the Diablo 2 sequel that people were looking for, more so than the actual Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 were. Okay, this is actually getting really frustrating how many times we're getting stunned out of what it is a long animation for that attack. So it's not like it's completely out of nowhere. I mean, it is feeling like every pack I'm getting stunned at least once. Okay, well, we can get faster, I suppose. 4% improved speed. So yeah, if you are a fan of the Diablo games, then definitely is something, could be something worth looking into. Path of Exile 1 is free to play. Path of Exile 2 is currently still in early access. And while it's in early access, it is what? You do have to purchase a key. I forget exactly how much it costs. But it actually is a free weekend at the moment. So if it looks intriguing to you, then this is kind of the perfect time to jump in and give it a try. This is an optional boss here who is, given how much damage we've been taking thus far, going to be a bit of a struggle, I imagine. It's an optional side area. We would like to go back to at some point, but we try this. I mean, sure. We're probably going to die, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Or we're going to get frozen and then die. Ow. Please stop doing these things that hurt my body. I'd appreciate if you didn't do those things. I would also appreciate if you stopped breathing. I understand that that's kind of a thing that you do a lot, but I don't appreciate it. Instead, I would prefer if you got... okay, well, that was not a great place to stand for that, as I once again got frozen. And thought I was dodging out of that, only to then dodge straight into it. Yeah, we're in trouble. Please don't hit me. 4 for 4? Yeah, no, we're in bad shape. Yep. That was clearly going to happen. Forget what we were talking about besides that, though. That we were talking a little bit about how this is a good time if you're interested in just trying out the game. It's a free weekend. I believe once Path of Exile 2 does get to full release, it will become free to play. At least for now, it is not. I mean, you may decide that you're interested in it nonetheless, but in case that is a concern. We are just getting stunned absolutely everywhere. By absolutely everything. Now, of course, that boss fight is also the place where, had we decided to actually use one of those chest plates that we scoffed at before, we would have benefited in that on that occasion. But I mean, this is right now basically what I've been doing is just deliberately going after as many enemies as possible to farm up a little bit. But this is objectively not an efficient place to do that. So, if that is what we're thinking about doing, then I should carry on elsewhere where we can do it more efficiently. Could be... It might be in that corner to the right now. Oh, this is... That, okay. Little optional spot. A little bit of loot. In the form of that skill gem. It is going to be that corner we sort of walked past. No, it's over here. There we go. This is the right way. I have been picking up a lot of junk, so we probably will need to go back to town. Dump some stuff fairly soon. Ooh, more blue enemy. Maybe I should just be using the default attack more, because I really haven't been doing that, but, you know, maybe default attack is the answer. I thought that was an enemy. That's another blue pack. Wow. I mean, that's good for experience. Inventory full, you say? I swear. There has to be a way to... Oh. There has to be a way to, It's also not full? Excuse me? There has to be a way to turn off the tutorial pop-ups. When we crit, we can do some pretty nice damage, as you see there. And that is ultimately the goal, of course. Be a crit build, but it's gonna be a little while until we can scale our stats enough to do that consistently. Also just very dark in this zone, and oh wow, okay, this one is very nice pathing. Wow, usually it takes much longer to get here. This may have been reworked, this zone a little bit. I know this is one of the places where they gave some of those context clues to help find this spot, but usually it takes a lot longer to find that location. I know, Nanette. I know, I just wasn't sure if you were a Path of Exile person at all. That's all.
Sorry, I was just... I like to hold on to bits and pieces.
Let's see. These could be quite useful. Let's see. Physical damage to attacks, life, fire, lightning res, and armor. Technically cold res, at least at the end of this act, is going to be the most meaningful resistance, but make no mistake, those are very good. We will definitely use those. Other stuff... that remains to be seen.
I will treasure it.
Might as well use you. Or actually, I take that back. We'll probably use you. Then we should check for movement speed boots. That's a big deal if we get them. No, but stun threshold, as I was saying, given how often we were getting stunned, would be nice to have more of that working in our favor. Then we just dump you. I'm probably just going to keep this, to be honest. I know if we identify it and then sell it, it's actually worth a little bit more gold, but we have somewhat limited wisdom scrolls. Actually, you know what? We'll do it.
It's beautiful.
This I'm going to just sell. This we're probably going to stash or sell, and then turns out we have a ton of gold, at least by early game standards, at that rate. Another level 1 skill gem, which... out of curiosity, would we stand to benefit at all from throwing the occasional spell in there? Maybe. Sure. Okay. Let's see. I think... let's just do a quick check for movement speed boots here. Is the technically correct thing to look for. If we were to sell our unique, we would have enough monies to get these, and that would arguably be the correct thing to do.
Till next time.
Let's do it. We'll do it.
What have we got? Take a look.
Sell this.
That'll be useful.
Purchase the... it's just that, I mean, it's rare to have this much gold that early on, which is a nice luxury to have. I wasn't really planning on using a third of it immediately. And we might see movement speed boots move later on, but the earlier we get it, the better. So, yeah,
You'll
we should do it.
survive well in that.
This, I'll sell you. Okay. Alright.
Stick
We're a little bit faster, which improves our clear speed, and that's why we want that. Imagine having to create a YouTube channel to chat. What the actual heck? What's up, Chair? How's it going? Good to see you. How's the league been treating you thus far? Did you die to, I guess, the second boss, technically? But get a unique before that? We could circle back, but we'll get a little bit stronger first. Oh, oh yes, it's fine. Use this. Actually similar, yes. Nice. The same type of quarterstaff we have right now, or is it basically the same? It actually is, I think, a little bit better. Yeah. Nice. Technically, if we look closely, we should be able to see things like roots on the ground, and I don't remember what the other hints in this area are supposed to be, but stuff like that theoretically could point us in the correct direction to find the next area. That's a level. So now we can get crit stuff. Crit damage. It's just that, as I was saying before, technically speaking, with our, 10% base crit chance, it's not, mathematically speaking, at the moment, that's not doing much good for us, even if long-term, that's going to be pretty key. Just kind of doing things around, eating, slowly leveling. Not even Act 2 yet. No worries, man. I mean, as I think I've made pretty clear at this point, we are not exactly about to set any land speed records over here. This kind of looks like the League Mechanic stone thing, but maybe that's just a coincidence. Not gonna lie, after having picked up and sold that unique for 1,000 credits, 1,000 gold, I should say. Can you tell I've been playing a lot of Mass Effect recently? Selling that for roughly 1,000 gold means picking up increments of 1 and 2 gold just doesn't really excite me very much. I'm a little too rich for that, you see. Just can't be bothered with that. So
I've never known mushrooms to grow in this part.
does killing Palm do anything at all if the enemies are not in the cull zone? It seems like it still does. Even when I'm technically completely misusing the skill, it's not like it's completely useless, it's only largely useless. So we do want to go down here. Just use that skill in exactly the way that I was saying I shouldn't use that skill. Okay, so we can't go through here yet. That will be important in the near future. Joinkity. I did not aim that very well. It's when we have the power charges, which come from the killing palm. Those power up our slam attack to send out the larger ground effects. So there are some synergies there. When I use the skills with the correct timing and sequencing and all that stuff. Didn't see the lead mechanic in the previous area, for whatever reason. Or maybe I just didn't click on it. So this is definitely it for this one. Maybe I overlooked the necessary UI. Oh, maybe you need to kill all the enemies in the area first, which we may not have done. Okay. So let's see. Rune-shaped combinations. Does the game pause around us as we're doing this? Like, could an enemy theoretically come up and bonk us on the head as we're looking at all this stuff? It might. Ooh, an exalted orb or regal orb. Nice. Okay, so what does this require? So monster gains adaptation. I have no idea what that means. Gained by taking elemental damage from hits, cause you to take less damage of that type from subsequent hits. So if we do a bunch of lightning damage to the enemies, they become lightning resistance. Unless otherwise specified, you can have 3 adaptations at a time. Adaptations do not have a duration, so they're indefinite. Okay, so that's not great. Periodically gain Verisium proximity shields. That sounds like that's not fun, but at the same time, we would like an Exalted Orb, so we're going to give it a shot. There are the proximity shields. In case that wasn't clear. Kind of trying to see if we can isolate some of these guys. Trying to hold these dudes, but ones that are colorful are hanging out in the middle, which is unfortunate positioning. There we go, not too bad. Got our exalt, very nice. Ooh. Yeah, we do have some stuff that's hogging a bunch of inventory space. This is where having loot filters and or a pickier method by which we choose to either pick things up or leave them on the ground would be helpful. But what can I say? I leave things up and put them down. Ooh, we are very surrounded. Very, very surrounded. Ooh, that's very nice. Oh, and also these take up a lot of inventory space, these quest items, which is a little bit unfortunate. Allocate our skill points. So, clear out these guys. Ow. Increments of 10 gold. Now that's a little more exciting. Okay, so we'll get more crit damage, which again is not really the optimal thing to do in the short term, but we'll do it anyway. What is this chair? Are you a wyvern or something for your character? Wait, I can't remember if we... I know we were talking a bit earlier about which builds we were thinking of doing, but I don't remember what you settled on. Ow.
very few
I've
possessions.
seen some superior stuff, which I would like to get. That, ooh, we're out of flasks, which is not great. And we don't have any life regeneration, I'm realizing. Which is also not great. Alright, that stuff may need to go unacquired for the time being, or we quickly pop one of these guys and get out of here. And then come back.
Yes, these are just some odds and ends.
See, so, superior stuff in time.
Oh, I like this
We
one.
can disassemble for additional value. Oh, this is nice. I'd like to use the medium mana or rather life flask.
Hello, these are just some... Oh, I like this one. Stay
Quest
safe,
item.
if you can.
We have to do able to have affinities. Yeah, let's do that stuff. Okay. Gonna just have a little bit of dump stuff for now. These guys hit hard. Just that chaos damage. Come on. There we go. You can see the huge difference between when we have the extra lightning bolts coming out and when we do not. I was just eyeing this stuff. But if we continue to pick up almost everything, then of course we're going to have to make pretty frequent trips to town, which is not strictly optimal either. Sometimes I'm just picking things up. They happen to drop where my mouse is pointed, even if I don't really want them. Jeez, what just happened a minute ago. Sometimes there's no avoiding it. If there are multiple enemies that are cullable in close proximity, can we kind of just either hold or spam the button for Killing Palm and just dash around from one to the next, almost like Clicker Strike? Because once or twice it's kind of looked like that. Would be nice. Is this another one of the best spots? It is. Also just kind of like assuming I can do one of the electric-y slam attacks and then follow up with one of the bigger... Or follow up then with the Killing Palm. Not always the case. One of those get us into cull range. Sometimes, but not all the time. It does make a huge difference, though, when we have the bonus effect. Ooh, you're cullable. Okay, so that's 2 out of 3. One of the skills does that. I think that was Ice Strike. Not sure that one, though. I feel like it's happened to us once or twice. I haven't really been consciously trying to do it. But it has happened, I think. Ow. I think our next skill point was going to be a notable, which is nice. Want that item? One moment, please, while I pick up now 8% attack speed relative to the 4 we were seeing earlier. Some dex and int as well. Now we can get into more crit chance. crit damage if we've done a crit in the past 8 seconds, which eventually should be pretty much all the time, but obviously that's not going to be the case for a little while. And more crit chance, and you can see what I was getting at before. We're more or less immediately getting into crit stuff, which is really nice. There's the last of the quest items, which of course we know can be a little more complicated than the other ones. So what's going on here? We have a rare for I think the first time. And he does have a very large pack surrounding him. It's making me a little bit nervous here. Trying to be a little more strategic. Called him. Would have been kind of nice, but he's down.
I carry few possessions.
Oh, there are way more enemies here than I realized. I feel like either I need to turn the brightness up in-game, or I need to turn the brightness up IRL in the room right now, because I'm struggling a bit. Maybe I'm just turning into an old man. I don't know. Definitely not all the way in that corner. Yeah. Admittedly, on that occasion, I was just holding the killing palm button, trying to see if I would chain those attacks to nearby enemies, and may have gotten walloped in the meantime, and yet still didn't really answer our question. It's the kind of question that could probably be answered after just a few seconds of reading the skill description, to be honest with you, but ain't nobody got time for that. Obviously. I'm deliberately kiting you. Oh, oops. I was gonna say, now I'm deliberately kiting you all together so that I can hit you all at once, which actually did work out pretty well, despite us having gotten heavy stunned. I would love to get even just a little bit of life regeneration. Early game, that is quite useful. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the last one. Is there a checkpoint here? Usually there is a checkpoint here. These foxes. Ooh, back. No checkpoint? There we go. That's helpful. Oh, I just wasted all our power charges. Oopsie daisy. I'd kind of like to have some of those right now. It's kind of the main thing that we want them for, to be honest, is this. Probably should try to get those guys over, but I wanted to buy a little more time. Please. Ooh. Oh dear. I'm gonna say he's shocked. Hit him while he's shocked. Or is he? Wait. Don't step in that. Oh, we stunned him out of his summoning sequence. That's actually pretty cool. It's an interesting time. It actually might be a bad thing in some ways, but ooh. This. That. He's not happy with me right now. Fortunately, he was very much looking in the wrong direction. That's his summoning. As I said, in some ways, it's actually a good thing. When we need charges and whatnot. Ooh, okay, hold on. Watch this. Please go down. That can be called, and thus you will be called.
Sleep now, then dream no longer.
I have no room.
We would like to get those rarer stuffs. Maybe without dropping rarer stuffs. can we still fit? It's all these ginormous... I'm gonna drop you even though you're superior. It's all these ginormous quest items log in our inventory. To be fair, that is probably more valuable than a blue item, but that's okay. One of the skill... Alright. Let's see. This... We can take...
Curious, I would have.
Get these.
Anything take your
And
fancy?
now... Yeah, especially since... Probably just going to be straight up vendoring the blue items. Not you, though. You have 2 sockets as well. That's probably going to be our chest plate. In all likelihood.
Might make good scrap.
Might ID that, just because that also has a socket as well. Well, we don't have any runes to put in those sockets as of yet, so that may not matter all that much.
Stick to the carrots.
Let's see, again, I'm going to throw some of these things in here. Oh, I guess I did put in some blue stuff for future vendoring when we can more readily and easily ID stuff for better returns. Okay, so armor, energy shield, 2 sockets, which, as I said, we can't really use, but more energy shield, more life, lightning res, stun threshold. It slows us down movement speed-wise, but I would like to believe that maybe at this stage that's good enough to be worth using. And let's see, now we can go up to tier 3, which includes staggering palm. Dash an enemy, strike them instantly, heavily stunning enemies, which are primed for stun, performing additional dashing strikes to other prime targets in range if the first target was stunned. So this one would jump over to other nearby enemies, it seems. Heavy stunning an enemy with this skill grants you a buff that causes your quarterstaff attacks to also fire projectiles for short duration. This could also be something that we end up using long term, in addition to killing palm. But in the short term, I don't know that it's the best option for us. And again, we didn't really have time to come up with a leveling plan. So, let's see. Tempest Spell is also something that intrigues me. I've seen other people use it before a little bit, but I really haven't looked into the details for how it works. And so it does seem like it is a little bit more mechanically complex, but with time to practice it, it can be very effective. It's just that, well, as I said, I have no monk experience and no Tempest Spell experience either. So it would take us a little bit to figure this out, I think. Maybe we'll pick it up. I don't know that we'll make that much of a point of using it in the immediate future, but that's okay. Oh, also Frostbomb. I could have thrown that into the rotation, but I don't know that makes a huge difference. Let's put the bell on middle click. Frostbomb there. Okay. All right. Out of curiosity, just want to see if you happen to have better movement speed boots now. Yes, you do. Wonderful. Well, we purchased these for slightly less than these. These also do have better armor / evasion. It's slightly less armor, but it has, or rather, an energy shield, which I would prefer to this. So that's why I had hesitated when we did first see those movement speed boots pop up. Actually, curiosity.
Please.
Take a closer look here. Yeah, the amulets are very expensive. But getting a little bit of guaranteed life regeneration would be nice, as I was saying. Wouldn't mind that, but we're gonna have to wait on that. Oh, we probably should go back for this, to be honest. Let's see. Get everything there. Let's go take out the optional boss here. Technically, we actually aren't that much stronger than we were at the very beginning. Defensively, we're a little bit better. Offensively, we are not that much better. Probably should have looked for... it's not really going to do anything because we already picked up the guaranteed item the first time around. But, Should have looked for new quarterstaffs from town. Offensively, that's the biggest improvement we could probably make. Now, this is a very inefficient place at this stage to be harming enemies. There. Low level. I'm surprised that did not heavy stun us, to be honest. I was cutting that very close. Where is the ice lady that I'm looking for? Probably are also context clues for her. Alright, that's the... God, we don't... We went in through the waypoint, which means we were not starting at town. Probably headed back to town in this direction in that case. That may have been context that I should have considered. This is gonna be town here. Yo. I guess we can, that's heavy stuff. Please go away now. Use this checkpoint. I think it's gonna be over here. Yeah, okay, this is who I'm looking for. I don't know that we have any more, cold res than we did last time. I don't know that that has changed. We have a little bit more crit damage. So there's that. Oh, okay, no, we are doing way more. There we go. Excuse me? Can you stop that? Okay. We just wanted this guaranteed permanent 10% cold resistance. There we go. That's why we wanted to make a point of doing that. Now let's get out of here, because as I said, it's otherwise a rather inefficient place to be. So, we've done Red Veil. Let's go back to Grelwood. Bramblegast is what? Guaranteed skill gem drop, I think, which is not super helpful. The Witch/Witch Hut gives us guaranteed flasks, if I remember correctly. Do this for quest-related stuff. Oh, first I need to do this.
Good. Now the others.
Time to discover what truly happened out here.
It's getting closer to being able to do the automatic pre-identification, but need to get a little bit further first. I've heard all this stuff before. I assume this hasn't changed, so not gonna linger there. Did she give us anything from speaking to her in town after that? Because if so, we should have done this first. But is it worth... I mean, we're gonna have to go to the Grim Tangle anyway. So if we happen to stumble across the witch, then great. If not, then oh well. Short term, it would be helpful, yes. Long term, yeah, it's not really doing much of anything for us, since it's pretty much just... Oh, that's Clearfell. Or maybe they made a point of always putting the waypoint here and the tree right near the entrance to the zone. So this used to be the hardest thing to find in this area. At least it felt that way. It used to be that the witch's hut was, in many ways, I felt the easiest thing to find, or at least the thing closest to the entrance. So it felt like that was the case. Not quite, I don't think. Never mind, it is. I take it back. Oh, it's the bramble right there. That theoretically is pointing us to the optional boss who gives us the skill gem, I think. I was about to say, for those a little bit more observant and or who paid more note to the patch notes. Might have been able to read into some of those signs a little bit more and know what to be looking for to get those types of clues. I do remember hearing that. I think means that this boss should be in this general direction. Although, admittedly, now I'm not so sure. Probably over here, I would think. This feels about right. Yeah, this is it. Again, I don't know that this one's really all that important, but since we're here, I guess we'll do it. Hello. I guess we'll drop this. Yeah, I see that. Oh, a lot of it. Oh, it's a stun. Big stun. Please don't hit me while I'm trying to benefit from having stunned you. I don't appreciate it when that happens. That's okay. He's dead. So yeah, some random drops, and then the level 2 skill gem. That's a guaranteed drop from this guy, I believe. Which, we already have a level 3, so it's not like that's a huge difference maker, which is why I was saying, you know, wasn't gonna be a huge deal if we ended up skipping that dude. Does the number of power charges we have matter? Does that affect how many of those projectiles we create? Because it feels like it might. In which case, you know, all the more reason for me to actually pay a little closer attention when I'm able to do that, which I have been trying to do a little bit more as of late. Okay, hold on. Blue pack, and then this is the league mechanic here. Let's take a look. Okay. Bonus reward? Wait, what's the deal with this? Some remnant encounters have bonus rewards which provide guaranteed rewards in addition to allowing you to choose a rune-shaped combination. Bonus rewards are granted to all party members who have not previously claimed the reward and were in the area where the remnant was encountered. So this is a one-time thing? Is that the deal? Lesser reward rune. Well, we could use some runes. Okay, but let's see what the options are here. Oh, these are various ways in which to get runes. Strength, intelligence, dexterity, and then Artificer's Orb to create those sockets in the first place. Since we already have a chestplate that has some sockets, I think maybe we're less concerned about the Artificer's Orb, even if long-term, technically, that is probably a little bit better. So let's do... I'm thinking Strength, just so that, although technically we're in the Dex/Int part of the tree, that means, well, by PoE 1 standards, PoE 2, I guess it's not really as much of a thing, but Strength equals life. So from that standpoint, it would be kind of nice. And this would mean... I already have a Tempest rune. We'd be giving them extra fire damage. We'll live with it. Let's do it. Oh. That's the wrong order. Okay, that was very easy that time. Get a few runes. So you can get strength. And this guy... Oh, hold on. I guess the Killing Palm... So it does do something, even if the enemies aren't in cull range. It does still hit them. And if it is enough damage to immediately drop them into cull range, then they will just die. And it will give you a power charge for that. So if you just have really high damage on Killing Palm in the first place, it seems as though you kind of get the best of both worlds. It's not really intended to be a primary damage source skill, I don't think. And now we can do this. Or do we have to... we have to go to town first, don't we? To speak to... person who we will eventually meet here. Where'd she go? There she is. Oh no.
The wound, only by the grim. Finn makes fun of my collection,
And
but I think it's charming.
still, I think the same thing we were seeing before.
I heard you had him so well.
Yes, this could be marginally better than what we currently have, but I think we're gonna hold off for the time being. This, maximum runic ward. Runic ward is a totally new type of defense that was just added with this league / update. Runic ward is the last line of protection, absorbing fatal damage instead of your life. So it's kind of like a energy shield in a way that instead applies after life instead of before life. If you take damage that would cause your life to reach 0 while you have runic ward, you will drop to 1 life and your runic ward will take the remaining damage. You will still die if you do not have enough runic ward to absorb the remaining damage. So yeah, it's basically energy shield but with reverse order of operations. Runic ward does not protect against life loss that is not caused by taking damage. Some edge cases where that may be the case. Runic ward constantly regenerates at a default rate of 5% per second. Monsters can also have runic ward. While a monster has runic ward, it cannot be culled. Oh, that's... They talked about how runic ward would affect characters in patch notes and reveal trailers and all that stuff. I don't know if they ever talked about enemies having runic ward or how that would affect them. Because that, preventing you from culling, right when we were just saying we could very well end up being a pretty cull-centric build, that's not great news for us if it's common for enemies to have runic ward. I don't know if that's the case. I think we're just going to throw these guys in here. It does mean that we are committing to this chestplate for a little while in that case. I mean, not that these are, like, huge commitments. They're not amazing, irreplaceable runes, but yes. I don't have anything else with sockets, do we? No, not really. Yeah, I might hold off for that reason. Oh, we might as well upgrade the level of this.
With killing
What does
palm
it...
equipped,
Damage
monsters
gets
will
better?
display
Okay, yeah, so
these
attack
blue
damage
indicators when they
currently
are low.
90%. We do this, it becomes
Use killing
99.
palm to
Basically the same as default attack. We do this. Damage improves as well. In truth, I probably would have preferred to have used our level 3 gem on one of those. I think I might pick up a fragment stash tab in the near future. It is not something that I currently have, but they just added them to PoE 2, and I can see the benefits. So I am intrigued. Okay, so now we can go to Grimtech. Oh, we already had a waypoint there. We didn't even need to find it. Now we can do this.
If the face.
Oh, there is also the optional boss, the Devourer dude, who gives a level, possibly even just level 1 skill gem. Which I definitely don't think we need. We'll probably just skip that.
Her singing soothes the soul.
Oop. So, like, using Killing Palm would be... Ooh, dear. Using anything would be a challenge right now. I'm completely stuck. I cannot... I'm completely surrounded by these guys, and I cannot escape. There's absolutely nothing I could have done other than restart the game or respawn from a checkpoint there. I legitimately tried moving in every direction, dodge rolling, and attacking, and basically nothing worked. There's a chance I got heavy stunned somewhere in the process as I was trying to do some of those things, and that's why I couldn't move. But that was kind of brutal. As I was starting to say, I think, and that was a rare enemy in there. We were also about to level, so probably killing any of those enemies would have saved us. But, if there are a bunch of enemies with Runing Cord, we can't do what we're doing right now and just cull enemies who... Wow, this damage over time is brutal. You may remember my having said that the previous character I was playing had crazy movement speed, and that meant that I got spoiled by that, and our character feels like a complete slug. The other thing is that character had unbelievably high evasion and deflect chance. Like, we're talking... What was it? At least 80% for both, I think? More than that, I'm pretty sure. So the chance of taking full damage from any hit was something like, you know, it was in the single digits, I'm pretty sure. So maybe I've just been spoiled by that as well. And that is in part why it feels like everything is hitting us like a truck. But I don't know. First death for you was going here and getting surrounded as well. Yeah, that was pretty nasty. But just look at that. Look at how quickly we lose half our health. Largely because of the little chaos ground effects that, like this, it can proc in various places here. Which, sure, if you're paying close attention, should theoretically be avoidable. But then again, I still would argue that's maybe a little excessive, just how much damage those doing. You see that? That's pretty crazy. On the plus side, we are seeing several blue packs of enemies, which does mean better XP. Although, in general, we've been doing a lot of hanging around and fighting dudes. This is going to be a lot of enemies. This is going to be pretty dangerous. We have been fighting a lot of enemies in each zone, which means we're probably going to find ourselves over-leveled fairly quickly. The damage! Not that we're doing, that we're taking. Oh, just click on the boulder while we're at it. Not that it had any goodies for us, but we could try. Okay, what's this? Is this the boss? Yes, it is. Technically, this boss is optional. There is usually a way to path around it. Again, I think all he gives is a skill gem, which, yes, as we recently established, we could use to give ourselves a higher level of either of the attacks that we are using as our main sources of damage, but even with that being said, that does still feel like that's not really worthy trade. This is gonna hurt. That's a rare over there. You can see the shield that it has.
Feel the shock.
So that's the league mechanic as well. Okay. We'll slow down a little bit. See if we can clear out this area. Oh, it's slowing us down with the temporal shield. Temporal bubble, what they call it. This is where having some life regeneration, any non-zero amount, would be helpful. So that just going from one pack to the next, we aren't continuing to be damaged. Okay, so let's see here. We can either get ×2 whetstones, ×2 armor scraps, or uncut support gem, which we do not have many of. And by not have many of, I mean that we do not have any of. Do we always get the bonus reward, if it shows up here? Is there anything at all we need to do for it? I mean, all these things are helpful. I think we want this, though. Oh, that is mean. And the fact that that guy didn't hit us while we were taking a long time choosing which one of these runes we wanted suggests to me that this does freeze things when you're opening up that menu. Let's do it. Ooh, that's new. And it seems nasty. Tried to trap it. I was about to say that, yeah, the last one didn't seem too bad, but given challenges we were having in this area in general, expecting this one to be pretty tough, but now we get... Okay, we got all the stuff, including the bonus rewards. That's nice. Okay, we'll upgrade. And a flask. This quarterstaff, is this better than the one we... Or is this exactly the same as the one we have? It's exactly the same as the one we have. Okay. Oh, we should probably throw transmute or something on this, or get a higher level version and throw a transmute on that. Again, quarterstaff is probably the most helpful thing we could upgrade right now. But getting a support gem for one of these guys would, I think, go a long way. What can we do for healing palm? Chance to grant additional charge. Recover maximum life. 4 seconds with supporting skills. Cull an enemy. Well, there's the life regeneration that I was saying we could find quite helpful. Gain 20% of damage as lightning damage for 8 seconds on culling an enemy with supported skill. Okay, there's a lot of stuff you can get on cull, which that basically could become a relatively passive, relatively automatic source of buffs. That would be nice. For more straightforward stuff, Falling Thunder, max gain 25% of damage as extra lightning damage, less cold and fire damage. At least at the moment we don't really have any cold or fire damage, I don't think. Unless this is adding some. No, that's adding fizz. So we could do that. Oops. We definitely, I think, want to do this. Make Falling Thunder be a higher level. And I think we'll still go for Falling Thunder support with Lightning Attunement. That should make us stronger offensively. I think it's going to be this way, because it should be in a similar direction to where we ran into the boss. Just this time, I think this is going to be the shortcut, or not. Or maybe, well, it leads to the boss. You used to be able to just ignore this boss, as I said. I wonder if that has changed. I'm going to try continuing to go in this direction instead. I'm getting the feeling is that we may actually need to fight the boss now. Yeah, that might be a thing. Well, we are somewhat significantly stronger at this stage. I did replace our mana flask, so it now no longer has charges, which is a little bit unfortunate going into a boss fight, but there's a checkpoint here, there's a checkpoint here, which I think we've already used, and therefore we cannot benefit from it. Okay, this is not really ideal. Also, this is not the way out. So, okay. You know, lesson learned. Excuse me, sir, that was rude. I should probably use the skill that I just made a point of upgrading. This is where I don't want to be standing. Please don't do that. Please stop teleporting as well. How do we do this? Don't stop me, bro. Rude. See you doing that. I'd rather not get hit by the big stone. Or this. This. Ow, we don't have any flasks. This is actually a concern. Being a nuisance. Even had the nerve just start regenerating energy shield, which I also did not appreciate. He's doing it again. Rude. Please go down. Thank you.
Be gone, foul creature.
Alright, well, I mean, we did kill him. Not really sure that we, as I said, not really sure we benefit much from doing that, but there we go. Boss dude is down. But we're still looking for the way out. And I guess it's actually up here. Rude. Yeah, this direction.
A rune stone.
Oh,
Pharaoh will want to see this.
what is this? What do we have here?
What's this, then? These inscriptions. I've never laid eyes on them before. Give me a moment.
It's like the summoning circle in maps? What it looks like.
The power of these runes is plain to see. What just happened?
The energy from the runestone seems to have moved on. What's more, I'm picking up others in the region. If we find more like this, then I might be able to pinpoint where the energy got to. Keep up the search.
Okay. Looking for more of those. As I said, it looked like the boss summoning circles in maps. So I was half expecting a totally different boss to just show up there. Obviously, it didn't happen. Maybe in the future that'll be a thing, for all I know. Rude, sir? Yeah, this is the way out. You can see the little graves, the tombs. The hint that you are well about to head to a cemetery.
My family is dead. I said.
He has the manner of a man lost in his own mind.
Lightning!
I didn't even see the dude with the big slam attack coming in. Fortunately, he did not hit me. That was kind of just luck. Okay. It's one of the spots.
This place harbors an everlasting.
Do these always have waypoints in these individual spots? Or is that actually new? I don't remember. Tell you the truth. I do think we would like to upgrade our quarterstaff more or less as soon as possible at this point. That is starting to become a pretty chief concern. This is the... Wait, which one is this? This is the dudes area, right? Yeah. Did we find it that quickly? Oh no, this is the Forgotten Riches. I mean, we'll take it. Artificer Orb, some scepters. Which don't know are all that helpful to us other than just that it's, again, more stuff we can vendor for gold. It doesn't really make much of a difference, yeah. Oh, more support gems. Hold on. I did notice once we threw the support gem on Falling Thunder that sustaining mana became more challenging. That was probably in part because we also did that just before going into a boss fight when we had lost all of our charges on our mana flask. So that might have been the bigger deal, but maybe now we'll get some stuff for Killing Palm, like get some life regen, and maybe use this one as well on Killing Palm to get the Thrill of the Kill. Lightning damage for 8 seconds. Okay, so if I make more of a point of consistently using Killing Palm when it's possible, then we can get some buffs with, I would think, pretty decent uptime. Well, that guy could be a problem. These guys with the shields. These dudes are kind of a pain in the butt. Depending a little bit on which character you have. But then you just call them instead. And it's easy. Speaking of which, ow. Oh, that's a nice strong box there. Not nice getting crit, though. Slash shot. That guy was colorful. Okay. Do we ID with one of our few wisdom scrolls? I'd like to not have to use wisdom scrolls on the likes of that. Ooh, that's nice. Stronger for the box now. Increased damage if you dealt a crit in the past 8 seconds. Again, when we get more consistent crit, we will have the buffs up more often. Okay, I'm just going to blind do this. Chaos barrages and other stuff. Whatever that other stuff might be. That's a blue pack as well. So dangerous.
Carrying possessions, and I don't want you for that.
Owie. That's a lot of enemies. Oh, bleed. That's not fun. Oh, I actually read that one of the changes they made this patch, surprisingly, was that players now no longer take additional damage over time from bleed if they move while the bleed is active. Enemies still do, but players do not. I did not expect for that to be a thing. I did not even think that that was under consideration. That just seems like such a fundamental aspect of bleed. Get rid of that. It's like, what? Does it even bleed anymore? Okay, so I also didn't notice what the positives were. Okay, but this is why I wanted to hold off a little bit before we committed our runes to our chest plate, because the one that we have here is not a super high level. This one could be better. It's strength based rather than strength armor based, which may not be as good of a fit for us. I think that's really the only thing we want here. Our gloves are very good. Obviously the jewelry is going to be hard to come by, but that's a wall. Okay, we are quite close to getting automatic identification, so maybe I will hold off for the time being on using wisdom scrolls. Yeah, it's the quarterstaff. We'd like to upgrade any rings or amulets at all. We don't have any. There is actually a spot in this area, the previous area technically, main area outside, where you can get a guaranteed, is it a ring? I think it's a ring, not an amulet. But we were being particularly picky. We could have made a point of getting that first guy. Here's the boss. I think we just go straight in. Could be tricky. We'll see. This guy can be kind of nasty. Especially if you just sit there and get hit by all of his attacks and just completely ignore everything that he's doing, which is exactly what I did. So, you know, we're off to a horrible start.
Rend your soul. Spirit hunger. I will end your meaningless life.
A whole bunch of flash charges. This is so bad. My execution is so horrible. Nope. Can't afford to do that stuff. Oh, I just... Oh, I like how much stun buildup you have. I'd like to benefit from that. I'd also like to not die here, preferably. Ow. Come on, get stunned. Thank you. He's nowhere near trouble.
We'll never surrender.
No, can't really do that. Just got to do the big flame thing, which not do the best job of positioning for. Ooh, thought I was gonna be able to dodge that, and then I did. Yeah, so we might be toast, which I kind of knew the moment we started this fight. Yeah, kind of knew the moment we started this fight, and just ignored all of his mechanics and ate every possible bit of damage that he was giving us. So it should theoretically... Oh, wait, what? Why don't we have... What happened to our... Hold on. That's a problem. Wait, I'm surprised he's spawning in here despite my having walked out of the arena. I really did not expect him to let me walk out of the arena there. I actually don't know what's about to happen. Theoretically, the boss has spawned. I don't know if he can leave his arena, because I'm not supposed to be able to leave his arena. We may have broken things a little bit there. That's his quarterstaff. You have my attention. But please don't kill me before I can pick it up, because you're about to kill me before I can pick it up, especially because I have no way to regenerate life. Wait, well, I mean, technically I can with killing Palm, but that would require having enemies in cull range, which obviously we do not at the moment.
I've no room for that.
We don't even have room to pick that up. Wonderful. One moment, please. Ooh, I thought that was gonna kill us. Don't mind us. Casually waltzing into town.
What have we got? What would you like?
Let's see. Okay, so I would be... Well,
Stick to the
I would be interested in a quarterstaff upgrade. As I said, we are still using... what, technically not our starting quarterstaff, but it's practically our starting quarterstaff.
Oi.
Let's see. That would be nice, both for crit chance and the extra elemental damage. It's still, I think, the same base, or practically this. Yeah, it is the same base. Would prefer to have a better base than that, but we may need a few more levels before that becomes possible. Otherwise, I mean, jewelry, as I said, that's the other thing that we just have nothing of, but that's always exorbitantly expensive, at least by early game standards, so I don't really think we can consider that.
How can I help?
Unless... Hold on. Let's check this out. We don't have enough strength to use it. It does give life regeneration, cold res, strength. How does this compare to what we're rocking right now? Less life. Swap lightning for cold res. I do like, as I said, the life regeneration. We gain a fair bit of armor, but we lose some energy shield, which is the closest thing we have to life regeneration at the moment. I don't think any of these are going to end up being upgrades for us. Unless we went the Scepter route, which would be a pretty huge pivot. So I don't really think we can do that right now. We're in a little bit of a tricky place from an upgrade standpoint, or lack thereof. Unless we just nab one of these, it's just a little more expensive for an incremental upgrade than I would like it to be. Maybe we'll just vendor this stuff. Guess even you two. You're probably worth IDing. Just for the extra gold. Because technically the extra gold is enough for us to afford an extra wisdom scroll, if nothing else.
Deal.
And then, at least, makes it a little more... Makes me a little more open purchasing this. We'll do this guy. Better base crit chance, right? Yeah. And then the 39% elemental damage with attacks, which at least for our what has primarily been our main skill, that's gonna
Oh, that'll back up.
more or less mean 39% extra damage. Actually, is it 100% elemental damage? It probably isn't. Is it? 60% elemental damage. So really, it's more like... Go. Really, it's what, like 26% increased damage, which is still not bad.
How's the clearing?
Oh, I guess we could have just thrown a transmute on something and seen what happens. That is also certainly something we could have considered. We might still
How's the clearing?
render you.
Might make good scrap.
Throw a transmute on you. I mean, I
If
don't
you
love
find
it,
a
because it
punch
is
there, do
not
bring it
an
back.
amazing base to work from, and I don't know we have anything amazing to be gained from doing that either. Yeah. Okay, what if we do... Let's see. I'm gonna quickly... Here's the plan. I'm gonna go through here. Reset. Or maybe even... This was the quarterstaff we saw. It's not great, other than the fact that it is just a quarterstaff that exists. That's pretty much the extent to which it could have been a crafting base. That's pretty much all it would have done for us. Not much beyond that. What I was thinking of, though... Oh, this is actually another one of these guys. Okay. Be worth doing. Grab this while we're at it. You guys while we're at it as well. You were stunned, but you were not in full range. Now you are. Let's do one of these, see what we can get out of it. Otherwise, I was thinking we'd actually pop back up to the main area outside of this dungeon, try to find quickly the area that gives us the guaranteed ring drop, and then hopefully head back here before the zone resets and then take on the boss. Ooh. That is very nice, chair. Level is that one? Level 11? I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to use that yet. That is a good leveling item. Okay, we get a bonus Regal Orb, but that's nice. And then we can pick a body rune for the life, slash leech, stone rune for stun, slash stun threshold, or iron rune for fizz damage, slash defenses. Those are useful runes. Either of these would be helpful. I think at this early stage, flat life is probably more meaningful than, at least defensively, flat life is more meaningful than 14% increased on a very small number. Offensively, this is definitely better. Would be kind of nice, but I still think... I know we just spent a somewhat reasonable amount of gold on this, but I still think we'd probably prefer to purchase slash craft a better weapon in the relatively near future. It was really only an incremental upgrade. Hold on. Ooh, there's some kind of debuff that you get hit by if you stand in that circle. I have not stuck around to check out exactly what it says. I've just... Instinct has told me, hey, there's this circle of pillars around you. You probably want to get out of here. Saying here, and something bad is probably going to happen. Maybe we don't need to double check. Maybe we just go on the hunch. Oh, that guy's still alive. Excuse Well, that works. That's another way we can get a little bit stronger going into that boss fight. We get an extra level, which does give us a little bit more life and a little bit more mana. 10% increased crit chance. Oh, we did. I forgot. We got a little bit more elemental damage. We did also get the increased crit chance, so we're a little bit better at benefiting from all these crit things as well. Oh, and that's chance, not damage. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking we'd pop back up here quickly. See if we can find... Oh, no, not through here. See if we can find the little chest that gives you the guaranteed ring, because we have nothing for the rings right now, so anything would be an improvement. There are certainly things that would be better than others. There may be some that would give us quite literally nothing, in which case, sure, that's not actually an incremental benefit, but oh, owie. So preoccupied looking at the map that I did not even look at the enemies that I was walking into, / the wall that I was walking into. I also saw that strong box, which distracted me. I really was surprised that this zone did not reset. Is it because... Does this technically count as the same zone as the place we were just in? It might. It would be actually very nice. Are these guys rares or something? It kind of looks like it for a second. Oh, I was about to say, this kind of looked like one of the League mechanics. It seemed like, at least from the angle that we were approaching it, as though it was a different shape. It threw me off for a second. Oh, I thought we still had to kill another enemy. I was like, oh, where is it? Okay, for this one, no bonus. We can either go Iron Rune for... Okay, why don't we go Iron Rune for the physical damage that we were talking about before? Otherwise, we get flat cold, fire, lightning, or one of those resistances. Actually, tell you the truth, we're going to go glacial. Cold res, because that's about to become very meaningful. Technically not for the immediate boss fight, but for one relatively soon thereafter. And also for the final boss of this act, which... I'm not sure if whatever equipment we're using will still have that on at the time of us doing that fight, but we'll get a few augments while we're at it as well. Okay, so that was not the primary thing that I was looking for. Oh, that's a wall. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Alright, fine. You freeze me. I was about to say you leave me no choice, and then you froze me, and I didn't really do anything about it. That's just the nature of freeze, more often than not, of course. So there, that's a great example of where we had a few enemies that were in call range, and our character kind of just pops between them. You sometimes struggle to find the spot that I'm looking for, to be brutally honest with you. Ooh, but level 3 skill gem. Do you think we can still benefit from that? It's dead end. Ooh, it's a shield. Is a rare. Probably not all that useful for me. Excuse me, sir. Where is this spot? Oh, also, I forgot about the strong box. Excuse me? I'm trying to find the strong box? Oh, that guy's gonna be nasty. Ow. I want to call him. He's not exactly in the safest of spots. Can this guy teleport? Oh no, that's... Yes, that guy can. That was not the enemy that I was thinking of. I thought this guy could teleport for a second, and that was kind of scary. Get him. Get him while he's stunned. Stop running. You'll never escape. There we go. He also barely dropped anything. Also, quivers do almost nothing. Are worth almost nothing. Oh wait, hold on. Just the angle / the fact that we're not using a loop filter made it hard to see the hand sweep for that guy drop. I still haven't picked it up because the strong boss is getting in the way. Please stop doing this. Wow. Just want this transmute. Thank you. Okay. We ain't IDing that. More rarity, and we have the chaos projectiles, clearly. Oh, big time slams. I'm not sure if these guys are part of the strong box, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. There we go. You got him as a talisman, which honestly is also probably not all that useful to us. Still looking for the guaranteed spot for a ring drop. I haven't even gotten a ring pop, for good measure. Ooh, desert room. It's the lightning res one. Let's get that for free. That's nice. Don't know that we need any of those guys. Now we're getting so close to the entrance that I doubt we're gonna get. Are you serious? It is right here. It's right by the entrance. Iron Ring, that's actually pretty good. At least in the short term. That's more damage. That is what I was looking for in many ways. In the absence of a quarterstaff upgrade, that does serve a purpose. Now, go down here, and we go down here. Oh no, wait, what? That's not the same one. What? Oh no, it wasn't a waypoint. It was a checkpoint, wasn't it? It looked like a waypoint, which is what was throwing me off. I did not remember there being multiple waypoints. No, it is a waypoint. Huh. Okay. Okay, well, definitely do want to equip this, but I think this is worth transmuting and augmenting. Accuracy could be worse. Strength also could be worse. We'll take it. Do we technically have the checkpoints here to more or less fast travel the boss? We might. One moment. We investigate. Is the boss outside of the arena? Because he might be, because we technically, in this instance, that was still the time when we left, when we seemingly ought not to have been able to leave. Would still like be at full life going into this, which we could do with the help of some of our healing from Healing Palm. That's why I'm continuing to fight enemies. Oh. Okay. That'll do. Should have a little bit more damage now relative to what we did before. Oh, and also... Sure, we can upgrade Killing Palm. I mean, it's not a primary source of damage against bosses, but we'll do it anyway. It's just the damage that's getting improved here, right? Okay, I'm gonna try to not just completely ignore all of his mechanics this time, which might help. Yeah, he's already up, given what we were saying before.
Spirit's young. Rend your soul.
Still got hit by that.
I will end your meaningless life. Rend your soul. Come to the Empire.
Close to being done. Come on. 2, 3. Okay. Stop that. Oh. Stop that. There we go.
The Eternals will never surrender.
Oh, don't face tank that.
The Spirit's hunger. Your intention will be punished.
This is a very bad place to be standing for that. Pay attention to circles. Oh, he's culpable. Get him. What? There we go. There we go. A little bit better that time.
Let the Ezamites buried here finally know peace.
Let's try to nab that one. Anything else that actually makes sense for us? Oh, yes. Better life flask. Maybe we try the boots in case we get more movement speed stuff there. Otherwise, these guys are not likely to be things we'd actually use. This. Okay. Now, let's see. We did not happen across the other entrance area. It's probably right there in that corner, I would guess. It's basically the one of the few places we've not yet gone. Around here. Yep, that's exactly where it is.
Somewhere in the darkness, a soul lies dreaming of hate.
We'll summon enemies, right? Ow. Ow. Ooh, yep. Now that we've been throwing on more support gems, we are flowing through the mana more quickly, as I was saying before. Our gloves are good enough. We'll be okay. Is this the boss already? It is. Wow. That was quick. First, I have to see if we can get a little bit more gold. Now, here we go. And hopefully we can fare a little bit better against her. Yeah, that's weakening her resistances. Something's doing that. I don't remember that being a thing. For us. Oh, okay. I got hit by at least one of those. Oh, okay. There's one we can get out of. There we go. No problem. Did, however, get time to get your Henry shield back, which is unfortunate. Ow, yeah, that's a painful one. Excuse me. Close to getting stunned. Come on. There we go, and she's about to do a big attack as well. Good timing. Come on. Nope, don't summon him. About to get you. Oh, you are called. I didn't even use the call skill. It's alright, that works. Now, I would probably like to see the rare gloves. Need this, of course. I think we pass and all that. Then we head out. We are very close to a level. Would be pretty well timed, if I'm being honest, so I might deliberately just see if we can keyboard these guys. What the heck was that? I'm behind a tree, how dare you? There's not much left, though, fortunately. Yeah, obviously we could reset the zone, but feels like a little bit overkill. There we go. That's all we needed. Now we are a little bit stronger. It's likely to be an attribute node, though. I mean, yes, obviously we could just go for attack damage here, although that's, in the grand scheme of things, 8% is not a particularly large number. So I think we probably will go here. And was there anything that we wanted to equip but didn't have the attributes to do that for? We might have had something of the strength variety like that. Oh, we do still have some unused runes, which kind of forgot about. Would potentially benefit from those. Again, it's to an extent just a matter of, well, I'd rather not throw runes into something that we're about to dump. IDU, though. More fizz damage. Oh, we don't have the level or the strength. How close are we level-wise? Wait, we're 10? Oh, or this guy kills me. Let's kill him. What level is this zone? Oh, wait, what the heck? We're way over-leveled. Why did this drop? With such a high level requirement, like, really high level requirement relative to the enemies we were facing. Maybe because it was technically down from a different area that had a higher zone level, and it dropped from a boss, which may have also increased the level of it. Okay. May have been a little bit of a perfect storm there. But if we were able to equip this, yes, obviously it's better armor, a little bit better, well, it's cold rather than physical damage. Accuracy, we don't have on the other one. We have roughly the same life. Trade fire and lightning res for cold res. Cold res is actually the most applicable for basically here on out the rest of the act, including right now. Let's do this. Reduce charges per use. Okay, we are going to need to charge that back up, which I think we'll still have a chance to do. And no movement speed, no thank you. This guy not have any socket slots. Way more armor. No energy shield. Okay, so that's a double armor roll. That's why. Basically the same. Lightning res. We can equip it, actually. That's a little bit tempting. Oh, we lose some of the life, though? Yeah, I don't know about that, then. Yeah. I think if anything, we might just be looking at some of the runes. Life we were talking about. Fire damage. But if we're the only thing we have that has rune sockets in it right now would be the chest plate, so we'd be talking about defensive stuff, so it could be life. Cold res would be tempting, but again, it just feels like I'd like to get a better base. I do see that base helmet that has a socket in it, but I'd like to get a better base chest plate and then start throwing the runes into that. Oh, got so sidetracked. We go strength, yes, but oh, we still need. Hold on. Almost forgot about that. That would have been a problem. Can you give me that? No. Someone please give me the. Sure, we'll go back to town just to get the chargers back. Maybe empty our inventory while we're at it, since it is basically full, I think. the time being. Yes, that also has sockets, but we're definitely not going to want to use a talisman right now. And that can be dumped.
Hello.
We are
I've
about
collected
to
these at the
gain
time. Bye.
access to the auto identification features. Would be nice. What did we see? Oh, that's the witch hut. Okay. Let's head back. Okay, so this one's going to be tough as well. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. How much cold res do we have, if any? We actually have some.
My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them
Just hit him with a good old killing palm at the beginning when he's at full health, because that makes perfect sense, right? Oh, thank you. That's gonna hurt. Ooh, especially if I am very slowed and completely unable to avoid it. I feel like he had... Ow. Dodged the first one. I thought I was in the process of dodging the second. Positioning was not quite right. I feel like we dealt more damage on this. Man, the second one, I just keep on butchering. A pretty straightforward dodge that you're supposed to do. He attacks in one direction, then he does exactly the opposite direction, his second hit in the combo. Yet, kept on dodging in the wrong direction. That shield grab does do damage. This is a bad place to be standing. That was close. Oh, and he was also about to walk straight into that one as well. Same exact thing that happened. He was very close to being stunned, and then he went long enough without taking damage that he, it's like 5 times in a row he's hitting with that same move. He was close to getting stunned. Then he went without taking damage for a long time, and recovered, which is unfortunate, because it would have been very useful. There we go. Okay. Little sloppy, but got the job done.
Join your family, tortured soul.
Okay. So I think that's the threshold where you start to get the auto-identification back in town.
Familiar terrain. They must be getting close to their village.
My tool is lighting up good and proper here. Go on, see if you can find the source.
Let us hope so.
This is another zone that I think they gave a bunch of contextual clues as to where, different things are. Help people navigate. At least one of which does require that you do the ritual encounter in the middle. So usually I kind of just ignore that, to be honest with you. But I'll make an exception on this occasion. Ooh, rare one. That's nice. Path, I think, leads to the town, which is one of the ways that we want to make a point of going, of course. And that signpost points in the same direction as well. I remember hearing about that. Oh, the little blue, yeah. A little hard to see right now when all the enemies are correctly on top of it. But there are little blue lines to the ground to show, oh, that's a rare, that the League mechanic is in this direction. Oh my goodness. Wow, yeah. Yeah, was that 2 rares actually? It might have been 2 rares right on top. No, it might have just been getting buffed by the physical damage aura, which is what the rare is giving. Extra cold damage and physical aura? Oh man. Well, the cold damage was specific to that enemy, but still, that was kind of brutal. Alright, well, we know that is technically where the exit is. Or one of the exits. One that we care the most about. Technically, it may make sense to do some of the other ones first. Is he? Oh, no, he's not. Another rare. Wow. Somewhere. There you are. Coral bubble. Always poisons from a devout. That's not particularly nice either, to be honest with you. Please get stunned. There we go. No, he cannot be killing palmed yet. He is not colorful. Come on, now he is. Ow. Yeah, the difference is just humongous between when we have the power charges and when we don't. Ow. That's a Mana Flask upgrade for us right now. Looking for the tree mini boss. I'm not sure what, if any, context clues there are for that, but felt like I was maybe just imagining some little plants, some foliage that I was choosing to believe. We're supposed to hint at that. Oh, that guy's not covered. This looks like... Oh yeah, this is Probel. This is not who I was looking for, but we do want to get him too. That's okay, we can do that next. And by next, I mean now.
You are what's been feasting on the livestock. Your end come.
Now. Oh, he's on his way. Killing Palm, I'm realizing it does teleport you to the enemy, which is nice. Nice for chasing him times like this. Now he's not happy to see us, of course. He's shocked. Oh my goodness! And he also has crazy damage in this phase. I am realizing. Oh, I thought he was phasing. He's not. He's stunned. And we've not really upgraded our default attack at all, so... Now he's phasing. Which we can still damage him ever so slightly in this phase, so I suppose. Should still poke him to the extent possible. His damage mitigation is huge, but oops. Meant to do that. Now. Ooh, he's gonna spin. There we go. Oh, that was... See that little pop-up there? That's basically saying one of the subcomponents of one of the challenges is now done. Ooh. So, obviously, we were not making a point, at least not yet, of targeting those, but as I was mentioning before, usually there are a few that are simple and straightforward enough that you're gonna practically finish them without putting any thought into it at all. Wait, what? Oh, I think I heard of this. The name is just ridiculous. Like, can we just acknowledge that the name is ridiculous? Obviously, there's already Detonate Dead, but why not do both, right? Oh, wait, also, what was this? This is a quest item that think we got a little while back, but I didn't really look at it at all. Oh no, it was from the boss we just faced. Wait. He didn't used to drop this, did he? I don't remember that. That's already level 3. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that we have much to do with this one right now, except maybe level 3 Frost Bomb.
Frost bomb.
Upgrade that. Did get some extra skill points. Yeah, but it didn't used to exist, did it? Still, I think chance is more meaningful at this stage. Although, we do have power charge stuff over here, which theoretically in PoE 1, of course, is incredible for crit-related stuff, and it can be useful in PoE 2, but it's much harder to make power charges work. Although, what with us using Killing Palms so frequently, that is something we are potentially much more interested in pursuing. Increase cold damage bonus if you've gained a power charge recently, and +1 maximum power charges. I think we'll start off first with crit stuff here. It's always been a thing? Maybe I've just completely ignored it in that case. Taken zero note of it. I really did not remember it. This was the thing that I thought was a hint for the tree mini-boss. Not a few of those. Oh, maybe I'm right. It would seem so. Also, ow. It's just level. Back now, beast. There we go. Is it just me? Or are these boots placed precariously right in the middle of this summoner circle where the boss spawned in, to the point where, especially since I don't remember killing an enemy in that spot, it feels strange. Like, these are special boots, despite seemingly being just basic rares, or rather, magics. They do have life. Obviously, they don't have movement speed, though, at least not at the moment, so that is not of great interest to us right now. Now what we'd like to do... find the exit, which I imagine will be this way somewhere, just given how it is away from the entrance. The west... no, or rather, side quest? Okay, following this path. Yeah, there we go. That's what takes us here. That's one of the new things. Oh, and this level. Hold on, we can get the notable. Crit chance in a decent amount, and damage if we've dealt a non-crit recently. Okay. That should certainly be a thing. Getting enough crit scaling at this point that it's actually kind of curious what number we're looking at right now. It's not going to be incredible by any means, but maybe frequent enough that it is not a complete afterthought at this stage. It's 16-ish, a little more than 16% crit chance. Don't remember if we have any critical crit chance. Or rather, conditional crit chance? Yes, we have critical crit chance. I'll tell you that much.
My tool is lighting up good and proper here. Go on, see if you can find the source.
Let us hope so.
Okay. Ooh, potentially new quarterstaff, but also potentially death. Hold that, dude. Okay, we do not have enough dex for that quarterstaff, but it is theoretically a new base. So this is our next project. Craft that. And our next level, we probably do want to make a point of taking dex. there is actually a spot here fairly close by where we would expect to get a quest item that would give us a couple of skill points, which should be enough to get the dex we're missing. Also, hold on, let's wait. Once I continuously punch this dude who's not in color range, this little blue vein here, that's what I was pointing out before. This is pointing us toward, theoretically, the spot where the league mechanic is. It's a little bit there as well now. More obvious over here. Given how we were chatting with the NPC dude who's affiliated with the league mechanic at the beginning of this area, it does make me wonder if this is an especially meaningful one in some way, or if that was just a coincidence. Mind Rune, that's mana. Body, that's life / leech. Vision, that's accuracy or crit for spells, but not for attacks. I think we're going body here. There. I don't even know if... I mean, that mechanic, the circle, reminds me of the... Oh, I thought that was an extra wave of enemies that was spawning for a second. But the circle of, you know, the rock cage that basically surrounds you reminds me of the boss encounter with the lady undead witch that we just fought a couple bosses ago. With that one, you have to use some sort of damaging skill to break out. You can't just walk out or roll out. But it seemed like for this one, you might have actually been able to just walk out directly. Might have been my first time actually trying that, because I just assumed previously that I needed to attack. This is definitely not the right direction for the quest, the optional quest item. Come on. Should not be that difficult to click on a little chest. Greater life flask. I think that is... that is the tier we have. Okay, well... Oh, should do this. And then we do this. Ooh. Ah, that's the same base we have. Could still be an improvement, I suppose. Running out of space here. It would be very short term. No, it's not even an upgrade. Oh, this one, hold on. This is a better base, but again, would require more dex. Okay, so basically, if we botch the craft on this one, this is our backup plan. It's not amazing, but has at least one mod that is doing something. It's little wooden gates that we could probably go through with a special skill, but just a basic roll cannot do that. I'm realizing. Kind of would like to double back a bit to, excuse me, get to the spot where we can get the double skill points. Especially because we know we would like a little more attributes. Ooh, not here, though. As I said, I kind of just did not go in the direction I ought to have gone. Okay, we'll get the... I mean, for clearing out more quickly, yes, obviously I did, but get the waypoint here.
What is this madness?
At a minimum.
I fear I am too.
Then we'll double back and get the optional quest item here. Fortunately, well, you know what? I think the fastest way to get there is actually starting back from here. Gonna be more or less straight through, probably with just one side step involved. Might be over there, though. Oh. Oh, okay, this is important, though. Another one of the bigger areas. Oh my goodness, wow, that almost killed us. He is about to kill us. So yeah, making some gear improvements would be nice. Right about now. Oh, you click on them individually. Does each one spawn a different wave of enemies or something? Maybe once we get the third one, kill that wave, and then big boss will spawn? I'm not sure. Kind of like the, what is it, the Red Veil area? Oh, he's totally about to summon the boss, right? There's the hunting grounds for runestones. Okay. Really?
Another one, and the same result. The energy has moved on. On the
We
bright
skip one in the
side,
hunting
it
grounds?
seems there's only one more signature left in the region. Seek it out.
You were fairly thorough in that area. We didn't go through the middle where the ritual encounter was, though. I kind of forgot about that. This is, I think, yeah, this is what I was looking for. That's the entrance to the other side. That's what I... Oh, hold on.
And I don't have room for that.
This is what I would like.
Perhaps this will assuage the girl's despair.
Let's get rid of the guys who are going to prevent us from portaling out. Then we'll portal out. Oh, wow. These guys are hitting like trucks. We are close enough. Okay, I'll level and then we'll go to town. Should be the optional dog mini boss encounter somewhere around here. Be in the grassy field area. So I was expecting to run into it when we were doing our first go round. Here's the level. Okay, so we want Dex. And we need to start actually thinking about the direction we want to go. So yes, if we go up here, we can go toward the critical hit, or rather, power charge cluster, which is not necessarily critical hits per se. Here you do start to get some critical hit bonuses, but we may be better served just going straight for some straightforward crit things. There should still be a fair bit of that, just maybe a little bit further away. Crit chance here. It's a lot of that. This cluster has a ton of crit over here, but that's also a little bit further away. So it depends a bit on how patient we want to be, and then more crit there. It's lots of crit, as I said, in this area of the tree. So I think we'll just go here and take some dex. I'm hoping that's enough to make us eligible for, yes, this guy, which theoretically is a humongous DPS boost. It's doubling our damage, more or less. So that's nice. Oh, it has better base crit. I didn't even realize that. This has a crit roll. This doesn't have a crit roll, but at base, it's still better. And then it has the added fire, and it also has the mana per enemy killed. Okay, so that's long overdue, I think. Should help quite a bit. Definitely was starting to feel at least our offensive, but also our defensive gear dropping off, and defensive stuff can still certainly be improved. If we turn in that loop, we'll get even more skill points. Get the dog is, he gives a skill gem, right? Guaranteed skill gem drop, if I remember correctly, which is probably not that useful to us, but I don't know. It depends on what level, I guess. I absolutely did get heavy stuff there. We're probably dead. Ooh. Where is the doggo dude? Don't be the werewolves. I mean this guy. Oh, well, we did get him. We We dropped a level 4 gem, which I believe is our highest thus far, which I think we still want to put on Falling Thunder. That has very much been our go-to. Let's do that. I don't really think we need those guys. Okay. So now, there's the checkpoint. Here, we'll just hop back over to town, because we do have a few things I think we can do here. Including, technically, we didn't do the ritual encounter, which would be, and going to Freythorn, that would be stuff with him, but this is going to be us getting the auto-identification abilities that I've been referring to many times, and also, you know, reviving this kind of important NPC dude, but that's secondary, right? We don't actually care about the hooded one, we just care about the perks he gives us, right? That's all that really matters, isn't it? And we turn into loot. This gives us the 2 passive points I was referring to, which means we can do even more of this stuff, but let me just see, attribute-wise. Now we have more dex than we do int. I imagine we kind of want to alternate between dex and int, so we can continue to equip items. And we still might try crafting that. Let's do int, dex, huzzah. But support gem as well. Still haven't put anything on our basic attack, which honestly I think we should do at this point. Attack speed, pure fizz, no elemental. We do have some added elemental, don't we? Yeah, so we probably rather not do that. Let's go just speed on the base attack. Falling Thunder, that would help a lot as well. It would mean we'd blow through our mana more quickly, but you know what? We'll prioritize that. You,
anything take your fancy?
Let's just see what we can potentially sell. Oh, and we are close to getting the bench
How's the clearing?
as well, which theoretically could be useful for getting stuff with sockets disassembled. Quality, we held on to a few of those things. Life, cold res. Those are useful things, but we get them in higher numbers, perhaps. Life and fire res, but I do actually prefer cold at this point. I would certainly think this. Let's see. Gain more physical damage. Swap armor for energy shield. I think that's fine. Lose both fire and lightning resistance to get a tiny bit of life. And mana on kill. It's a little bit of a side grade, but might still go for it. Let's see. This stage, where we are, just blanked out. Wait, what is the...
Go well.
It's actually the next zone. Oh, it's going to be... Yeah, fire actually does matter a lot. The next boss. I don't really want to
anything take your fancy?
dump that right now, so I think we are going to
I'll find
ender
some
you.
use for that.
We're going to ender you. Try crafting you. It's actually better than this right now.
Go well.
Yeah, let's try crafting you. We're going to go transmute. See what we get. That's useful. That's not as useful. Ooh. Well, straightforward enough. We can check the tooltip, and that should be pretty indicative. The flat fire is apparently preferable. Except that we did on Falling Thunder, but Lightning Attunement, which is potentially going to change the math a little bit. Yeah, so for Falling Thunder, it is actually better to go with the pure fizz route, but I think we can still make do here. And... Oh, I totally forgot about this. Life and life regeneration. I noticed that we picked up an amulet a little while back, but then that was pre-identification, and then I completely forgot about it. Oh, you... Right. I've already crafted you. I don't think we want to regal you, although honestly it is a little bit tempting. Let's aug you. Okay. Sure. I mean, it's probably going to fairly soon get upgraded, so I don't want to get too crazy with rolling flask after flask here, but also don't know that there's that much for us to do. You... I mean, technically... Oh, we were holding onto these things, waiting for the opportunity to gain identification abilities. But what? I thought we said auto affinities, which meant I thought that was gonna automatically go here. Oh well. No, come on. Do have some sockets to work with. And some runes to put in those sockets. And not a ton of sockets to work with. But, and we could make one more with this. Still think would like a better chest plate to work with. As I was saying, we improved the offenses, but not so much the defenses. Thorns damage, that's what we're missing, isn't it? No. No, it is not. Let's see. Check this again. Movement speed plus dex is probably better than movement speed plus stun threshold, although I'm not sure that it makes a lot of sense for us to be shelling out a huge chunk of gold just for what is an attribute boost and nothing else. As I said, lightning res is or rather fire res is technically in the immediate term the most relevant thing for us, but in the not so distant future, cold res is going to become a lot more meaningful. I think we're just gonna settle for now, though.
If you find a fight,
okay. Having even a tiny bit of life regeneration is useful. Oh, and also this gives us int, which we were saying before, something that we were maybe a little bit lower on than we would have liked. Okay, so let's... King of the Mist. We could go the Fraythorn route. Okay, I guess we should find these wild runestones. Those are new. I don't really know where they are, but the only place we didn't really look before was in the middle of this area. That's where I suspect we will find them. Howie. Somewhere roughly in the middle. Again, maybe there's... Ow. Maybe there's some kind of context clue for it, but I don't know what it is. Don't think it's going to be along the edge, though, because we've gone along most of the edges. Technically, not along the edge that would eventually show us to Fraythorn. That's the one thing that we have not done yet. That's plenty of sword armor. Ooh. Wow. Oh, that's actually huge. Getting a free blue iron ring? It's actually really helpful. What's not really helpful is trying to call an enemy only for my character to auto-target someone else who is not in call range. Is there something over here? I would like to do the ritual encounter, which, as I said, is in the past at least, was very easy to find. Now, seemingly less so. Oh, well, there it is. Right on. Thanks, game. Oh, and this is the League mechanic. It doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary in that regard, despite the comments that the NPC dude was making about this area. Let's see. Oh, it does say game paused. Okay, it probably said that every single time before, but for whatever reason I was so preoccupied with this that I didn't notice. Bonus reward is an Exalted Orb. That is nice. Okay, so we have all the elemental ones, in which case I think we'll go for the cold one. Given how, as I said, yes, technically fire is in the immediate future going to be the most relevant, but that is not as big a deal as the potential cold boss that is upcoming. Exalted, Glacial Rune. This is what I was looking for. Some fancy chaos skills. This. Get the gold real quick. Oh, wow. Speaking of fancy chaos skills. Oh, get level 4 skill gem, that is nice.
So,
Wow.
Please skip this conversation because we should know what happens here. So you do this, and then you see the purple, whatever you want to call that, laser beam of sorts. That's supposed to point you toward Freythorn, and that is new. So theoretically, it's in this direction. Okay, here's the special League mechanic place in question. More of these runestones. Last time, we did see some enemies spawn in when we clicked on the first 2 of these, at least. Is that going to be what happens here, or this time is the more straightforward? No, just click on them and the NPC will show up, and that's it. Ain't gonna happen. Apparently not. I mean, this one was probably what we were supposed to do before the one that we saw in the later zone. So this was maybe another little, this is just lore, but later on, if you actually do them in sequence, it builds up in difficulty and whatnot.
That's it. The last one.
Excuse me, I already did. Oh no, farmlands? Did I do that, or is that?
We've done it. The energies have all coalesced.
Yeah.
The signature is
Again,
far
we did them out of
greater.
order.
can we follow the signature?
Oh, what is this?
Those ancient woods. That's where it's leading us.
The Grellwood calls me home once more.
Back in Grellwood. Huh. That is strange. It's sending us backward, but I mean, I guess. Well, actually, let's go to Freythorn and at least get the waypoint, and then we'll do that. I think it should be over here somewhere-ish. I don't remember exactly what direction it was pointing us in, but I thought it was somewhere around here. Yeah, that's it, right? Or is that the... No, that's the Crowbell Arena. In which case... probably a little bit more in the easterly direction. No. Wait, what the heck? What gives? What the heck? So much for the hint. What use was that? A hint to nowhere. Or more like a hint to a place we've already been. I mean, that clearly points us in that direction. But I thought... Died just before Genor and didn't get his drops. Oh no, in the fight itself. Okay, see this? It says we're supposed to go this way. Or does it point us toward this? League mechanic encounter rather than Greatthorn. I mean, you can walk the perimeter across the entire arena, but this is going to be Crowbell. Not here. That's... It's the ritual encounter. Something here is rare. Not entirely sure what. I have found out what. He says instance. I don't know about that, buddy. Another rare. That we can. Okay. Yeah, nothing on this side, so I'm thinking Freythorn's all the way on the opposite side. In that case, I think I must have misremembered what they were saying that clue does. It seemed to point us pretty much straight to that league mechanic, the special league mechanic encounter for this zone. Yet Freythorn remains hidden. Excuse me? Is it not attached to this zone anymore? Way up here? In this corner? Now, that's the optional boss, dude. There's so many things in this area. Delwyn, also the game has frozen. The game may have just crashed. The game does not like Delwyn, confirmed. Right, just think about how many things are in this one zone. Really feels like they should probably split some of this stuff up. Just the amount of time that means you spend in this one area. Oh, hey, the game bounced back. Cool. Or did it? No, I do still appear to be frozen. Delwyn, what did you do to the game? Come on, Delwyn. Oh, and now we're gonna die. Of course, this is also like right as I reach over to pick up a snack, so my hands are not on the keyboard. The moment when it actually chooses to unfreeze and there are enemies actively attacking us. Ooh, that's actually a pretty big deal. Room?
Hey, to hunt, are you? That makes two. See that there?
Yeah, maybe that's why there are a bunch of rares in here.
Go on then.
Because there's supposed to be a spirit. I feel like the spirit just instantly disappeared because we've already killed all the rares because we basically cleared the entire zone. I have no idea where the spirit went. I think it just gave up. Okay, one moment while I double check. Theoretically, this is still attached to this area. But look at this. Ritual Altar. The new Wild Runestones. The random tree mini-boss, who's, relatively speaking, a much smaller deal and would be the most obvious thing that you could move to a different zone, now that I'm thinking about it. Crowbell, another optional boss, much bigger deal in this case. And then you have entrances to Greythorn and Ogham Village, or rather Ogham Farmlands. So how many things are you trying to squeeze into one zone, and why? Okay, that, if we read anything into the positioning there on the mini-map, or on the world map, that would perhaps suggest that it is in the same direction as Crowbell? Is it past the Crowbell? That's devious. This definitely was not in this direction before. So as soon as I saw Crowbell was in that corner, I was not looking any further. Okay, so we at least have the waypoint. I'm not sure that we're necessarily about to do this right now. So I was intrigued by the Grellwood stuff. We did also get this. So we are trying to make it over here. We did get more ints, but it came from a piece of gear we threw on this, which may not be a long-term thing. So I think we are probably still going to take int here. And we'll get into the crit there. Do we want to do this now? I would like to see what the deal is here. Sentencing. Right at... Okay, it's right at the tree where we summoned him. What's going on here?
Well, look at this. The inscriptions on the tree roots match those on the runestones we found.
Oh.
What I've seen in the stars, more than what I've seen at the forge. Now, if this doesn't work, I'll look a right bloody fool.
Totally gonna summon a boss of some variety, right? This is also totally a delve item that he's breaking out.
Most impressive.
Not bad, eh? Now, best we go take a look.
What do we have here, huh? Lost Catacombs. It looks like the place where the Devourer dude is, layout-wise. Oh. He of Souls. Oh. Okay. Okay, this may unlock something important. We'll have to see. Really looks more like the place just before the graveyard. More so than the place with the Devourer. Had a lot of trouble in that zone, and yet, thus far, this time it hasn't been so bad. Not that it's just because we got very unlucky on that occasion and got trapped by a bunch of enemies. Maybe. But with us having improved some of our gear recently, that could obviously be a factor as well. Don't really know what we're looking for, but this may very well be it. Excuse me, sir. I have an important runic vault to unseal, and you're killing the drama live style. All right, what is this all about? Checkpoint Legacy?
The mirror has taken us.
Oh, one moment.
Our maps reached.
I think there are enemies who are trying to fight me. Then we'll... Oh. Looks like the Lord is still playing, but I can't really focus on it right now. Also, I don't know how the dialogue volume has been for you guys. My game volume in general is quite low, so it's hard for me to hear anything. Granted, I am speaking over this. In large part for that reason, though.
Understand each other somehow. We will offer the locals our ultimate gift. If our people cannot survive this continent, our legacy
Okay, so I did not catch much of that. Other than we will offer the locals an alternate gift in a very ominous tone. That doesn't look very friendly. More rings. Oh, right. Hold on. Speaking of which, where did this guy go? Okay. Again, technically, after having just spec'd a bunch of decks, that's not super helpful, but that's... Obviously, I'd like that number to be higher, but it does do something.
The survivors built this sanctuary with haste. I've instructed my priests how to track Verisium in the celestial firmament, but they are only initiates. Not a single one of my disciples escaped Vorona's vengeance. 12 initiates have agreed to perform the rite and become disciples. I've given instructions, but I dare not warn them of what the rite entails. I am unable to watch over them. I'm needed through the mirror once more.
The mirror?
I hope to eventually return and see them alive and fully starlit. But, if necessary, I will make certain that no one will ever return through that mirror.
Mirror makes me think of Delirium, and also the Mirror of Kalgur, of course, but... What's going on here?
Liquid Verisium. I must call upon Pharaoh once more.
One moment. Loot first. Ask questions later. Watch him then show up later and be like, oh, well, I sure hope that nobody opened my various boxes with all of my life savings in them that I was about to convert into the world's best items. Oh, would you look at that? They're all gone now. I'm afraid I can't... No, I honestly don't remember what his voice is like again. I can barely hear them from my perspective, so that almost certainly is not his voice, not to mention I don't think is anywhere near that old, so... Anyways.
What is this place? Doesn't look Ezomite, nor damned eternal. And this liquid Verisium, it's ancient. I'll be able to get that out of here.
Okay.
First, what's this?
What is this?
This tome. Some of it is legible to me. Volume 1, The Runes of Kalgur.
That's the name
Within
of the
warm
league.
embrace of Aldur's teachings, he, the first Rune Father, carved a future for Midgard to liberate it from the biting frost. Midgard, this is all Kalguran.
What does this mean? That the runes are not Ezomite at all?
I'll study this text further, but yes, that's what this implies. I need to learn more about this Aldur. Best we get a move on soon, eh?
Okay. Well, some lore drops. Yes. And maybe that will lead to some changes in how the league mechanic works in the future, because I think I had heard in some of the teaser materials that it builds in complexity and whatnot as time goes on. But nothing immediately in that regard. Okay. I think that means we're done there. Does that even show up on the map anyway? It does. Starlit Rite. Lost Catacomb. No waypoint. Okay. Are we supposed to check this off or something? Oftentimes when you've finished in an area, you have the little X through the thing that you've done. There is no X there. I don't know if I ought to read into that and take that to mean that we didn't do something that we were supposed to do, although it really seemed like that conversation is the main thing that we were supposed to have. So I would feel like we're done there. In which case, we'd either be moving on to the village where we could potentially get the crafting bench done by doing this. Or we can do the King of the Mists for... What is he? He gives Spirit, right? And he gives your first Spirit gem, if I remember correctly. I really should remember that. Which I don't know what Spirit gem we're going to be targeting at the beginning, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously we could... You get Heralds at the beginning, right? So those wouldn't be bad. We'd probably end up going that route if we get those options. Yeah, right. It isn't PoE 1. It isn't locked to specific classes. That's probably what we do. Get one of the Heralds. Offensive stuff, utility stuff. I guess we'll go here. I also heard they improved the quality of life in this zone, which used to be a real pain to navigate at times, finding all the rituals. Now they've made it... Oh, there you are. They've made it so that... Yes. Okay, it points you toward the other ones, both of these.
It could not, please.
I wish those beams went a little further. It's based on the whole Freythorn, finding Freythorn issue that we had before. That is also the base order staff that we're using, so we could try crafting that as well. Well, I feel like at this rate, we've already attempted that with... We rolled one directly, or one dropped directly. Then we tried crafting one, and... We ended up getting two that were both decent, but not amazing. That Iron Ring, on the other hand, I will probably roll that. In the interest of not going through all of our currency, I feel like maybe we'll wait until we get the next best base before we start trying to recraft. Oh, our first charm, actually. We are now going in the opposite direction that we're supposed to go, but I've gotten distracted. I'll admit it. Need to be going down at this rate. But also, might as well throw you on. Oh, checkpoint here, which means, yep, here it is. Sure. No, not all of them are dead yet. Oh, I was going to say, I feel very slow right now. Yeah, that's because I got hit by temp chains. That is not a coincidence.
Be gone.
Okay, so it is pointing to 2 right now. One of which is the final area, I would have to think. The other one is the thing that we have to do first. That's a rare. Artificer one. Nice. It's not a bad drop. That could also be... Ooh. Could be an upgrade for us. Ooh, it is. In all likelihood. Certainly is. Just render that one, I guess. And there was something else. Oh, I was thinking about rolling that iron ring or this ring here for the mana, although this certainly has better upside. Oh, we don't have any transmutes. We have augments. Augments, but no transmutes.
I've no room for that.
Feel the shock.
Is this yeah, this is the last one? Okay. Figured there was going to be that sequencing. I think... Can you still show us? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Given what we know... it's hard to distinguish between one that we already know and which one we're still looking for. I think it's right here, maybe. Not quite. Well, I mean, that is... Oh, does it... Actually, if it showed from there, from that one, which it might have done, that would have been helpful. This is also just going to be an alternate pathway to get there. I imagine. It's another rare. There are tons of rares in this zone. Critical resistant. That's illegal. Here's the spot we're looking for. Okay. Yeah, we can teleport pretty far with the Killing Palm, which is nice. As I said, it is in many ways somewhat Flicker Strike-esque. Now we can go here. Ow. Okay. Okay, already begin. Oh, and this is also where the League mechanic item is? Ooh, I don't know how that's going to play out in the boss area. Is this out of the ordinary? Let's see. Uncut support gem guaranteed, and then more that I think we're still going glacial runes, to be honest with you. In preparation for the final Act 1 boss. Like you ran away right as I was trying to call you. What the heck, man? Is that enemy? Oh, that's an enemy. I thought that was just a projectile. An attack of some variety. Okay, now we do this. Come on.
You have your audience.
Hello. Please don't do that. Oh, he heals. I did not remember that. Ow. Oh. I'm also just hanging out on his damage over time round, and he has a lot of that. Is he mad yet? Wow, that hurts. Surely now he's mad, right? Oh, wow. Well, that's one way to go down in this fight. Oops. As I said, you know, it turns out his damage over time ground effects, they do a fair bit of damage. Even when he's in the middle, he's lying on the ground in the middle of changing phases. Ground effects are still there, as it turns out. unfortunately, we do still need to fight these, but we need to refight these guys. Fortunately, I guess that means we can potentially get a little more XP. It might even be enough to level. Enough CO. Nope, not enough. That was a very unfortunate place for you to spawn in, only for you to also immediately go into a big slam attack. A little cheap, to be honest with you. Stagger you? Oh, you're busy doing that. Okay. Yeah, he's supposed, technically speaking, he's supposed to have some of his stuff, like one of his attacks is supposed to tell you, like, you need to move to avoid getting frozen. The other one is supposed to tell you need to stand still to avoid being frozen. That says keep running, so that means we're supposed to keep running. I did end up walking through these dot areas, but... Oh, and then I got getting stuck. Yeah, I walked straight. Or I was. Oh my goodness. Wow. Alright, this is not that hard of a fight. This is abysmal execution on my part. It is also... Hold on. Legitimately... I don't know on your end if that is really hard now to, if that's like painfully bright. For me though, this is going to be very helpful. So if it's all right with you guys, I would appreciate if we could go with an extra screen brightness here. I've been really struggling for a while, and I think the ground effects here in particular, they're not doing me any favors. The lack of brightness and contrast is not doing me any favors. Let's see, contrast was there was another slider right next to brightness. It might very well have been contrast, but I'm hoping this isn't done. Try to make Wolf quick if not walking into his damage over time. Ground effects. Stop moving or you will be imprisoned. So that one you're supposed to stand for. But he's supposed to have voice lines that tell you which one it is. And that way you don't have to manually read what it says. But, you know, obviously hasn't been the situation we found ourselves in. Now you do this. Ooh, I don't want to be doing that. Stop moving or you'll be in prison. Okay? It says keep running this time, so this time I'm definitely going to keep on moving. Unless I accidentally stop. So much damage over time on the ground. stop moving. Okay, well that's kind of mean, combining those two things together, but okay. There we go. That should not have been that difficult. Really should not have been that difficult. Just slow down a little bit so we stop being sloppy with it. Here we go. We get the spirit, and we get the spirit gem. So I think we're going with... Oh, I forgot a ghost dance. It's a defensive one. I think we'll still go with one of these guys. I think Herald of Ice is probably going to be preferable for us. Shattering enemy with non-herald... Wait, hold on. Shattering an enemy with non-herald attack cause icy explosions versus... Shocked at... No. Herald of Thunder. Because we're going primarily Falling Thunder right now. So I think that's a better option.
Energizing.
Throw that on. We have... Oh, we can upgrade Killing Palm for a little bit more damage. Sure. What do you... Oh, it's Finn. Okay. I thought it was the League mechanic guy. For a second, I was like, what is he doing here? That doesn't make any sense. Here, definitely going to take this, because especially since we did end up getting a Ruby Charm
Later.
just from a random drop. Actually, do... Just because we can. Oh, no, never mind. Not as small as I thought it was. Okay, so now we're done in this area. We'll head back. I can actually see the ground now. I think that's the takeaway here. Seeing the ground against the enemy that has basically non-stop ground effects is actually quite helpful. So, I think that's the lesson learned there.
Here, take this. You'll need it.
Oh? Oh. What's this?
Let's see
We
what
have
I can
exactly
make
one
with
inventory spot for it.
Elysium.
Elysium Anvil unlocked. Rune-forged armors.
Powerful, this anvil. A sort of rune forging. Let's give it a try, eh?
Oh, he's Canadian. Hmm. See, I don't know if I like any of my items right now. If this had movement speed, I might put it on these. Hold on. Can I get back to you on that?
The village has been destroyed, and madness has already reached a boiling point in the minds of the Count's men. You must infiltrate the manor and put a stop to this by any means necessary. The fate that befell Ogden Village is only a single raindrop in the storm that is coming.
I was going to say, I'm not sure why I'm listening to that. We've definitely heard that before.
Make haste.
Oh, we also have this, which we probably should take, although maybe we'll go prioritize crit chance first. We can get all this cluster, we can get that. If we want to go here, we can get that. Unfortunately, this cluster does not attach on this side of the tree. We have to go around this way to access it, but that very well may end up being the next section we go for, because this is spell crit specifically, which at the moment we are not doing. We're doing almost 100% attacks outside of the occasional frost bomb when I remember that it exists. But long term, there is a chance we may be interested in doing a mixture of both. Okay, so
What have you?
I did identify
If you find... Here's what I got.
blah. Also blah.
I'll find some use for that.
Lots of stats. Stats are somewhat low, but then again, we got this chestplate a long time ago, so this is still better than what we have, in all likelihood. Lose a little bit of lightning res, but outside of that, it is an upgrade. Lose the 2 sockets, but that's why I was saying don't really want to be wedded to a very early game item just because it happens to have sockets.
I'll find some use.
So we may end up using this. If we do, we may end up putting sockets in it. That's not horrible. 5% base crit chance with extra crit damage, though? No one's going to want that. Yeah, again, if this had movement speed, I'd be interested, but it doesn't, so I'm not. No. I think we'll just go for the base that has life recovery from flasks as the implicit, rather than a lower number on the explicit, and then if anything, we'll transmute this, although this is a really low high-level item, so mods are not going to be very good. We also didn't even try rolling this. I mean, I like the implicit better for the Iron Ring, at least in the short term, but we didn't roll very good stats on this one, so if we get lucky, this one could be better. Oh, more support gems. Hold on. Got the second one on you. I mean, that was because we skipped putting anything on default attack, but we can do that now. Or just out of curiosity. Herald of Thunder. Concentrated effect? No, I don't think so. As if it inflict bleeding. We did not go for the pure Fizz one, right? No, we did not, and we do have a little bit of added elemental. That's Fizz. We were looking previously at a pair of gloves that had added elemental as well, so it's not a great idea to go brutality. Probably it might, from a pure DPS standpoint, technically still be better than bleed, but still gonna go bleed because it's leaves us few more options going forward. I mean, both of them are, of course, better when scaled through Fizz damage. This guy. Yep. Like that. I like that. So this will be used for the boss, for sure. The final act boss. Well. I mean, technically it is higher. It is technically higher. Really? Really, game? You gotta be kidding me. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke just a little bit too soon. Oh boy. Okay, well. We have plenty of options for iron rings with bad cold damage to attack rolls and maybe a little bit of dex on top of that. I mean, technically, my strength is life. This is probably still preferable to this, to be honest. So, kind of a swing and a miss. I mean, well, if we don't need the extra dex for now, sure, we'll take the one extra high-end cold damage.
It is good. These are just some.
Sell that.
Treasure it.
Actually closer than you might think. I think we'll still stick with the one we have equipped right now.
I like this one.
Keep this on, at least for the upcoming boss, but yeah, we could try rolling this ring. We're rolling a lot of currency right now, so it's starting to add up, but from a defensive standpoint, that is almost certainly better. Offensively, obviously, it's leaving a little bit of damage on the table. Quality of life from the mana as well. Is it better than you? It does functionally have more life, because the 5 strength equates to 10 life. So it's better slightly there. Life regen, we have a little bit of that right now, but gives us a little bit more. I mean, I think we stick with damage. It's really marginal. Okay, so I think now we'll go here. We'll try to pick up that workshop stuff. That's also where the chest is it not? And then we go to the Executioner. That's the fire boss that I've been kind of alluding to. Reason why I may not want to go necessarily all in on cold resistance just yet. Might want to wait slightly longer. Also, there are a lot of fire damage enemies. Oh, there's the Noble Thunder. Okay, so, you know, it'll proc. It'll proc every now and again. So the optional quest item that gives us access to the crafting bench is likely off to one of the sides. As for which side that is, I'm not entirely sure. It might be in this general direction. Might this also be something that now has a clue of some variety? I could see that being the case. But if so, I don't know what that is. That belt is probably better than the one we're rocking right now. Ow. Oh, okay, well. We did kind of roll more or less exactly the mods we were looking for on the other Sapphire Charm that we picked up, so I don't really know that that extra one is going to provide much value to us. Again, I'm just assuming that the optional quests, which I meant to pick that up. Oh well. I would like to get the bonus from the optional quest if possible. Assuming it's off to the side here somewhere. Either on this end or exactly the opposite end. Well, that's a dead end, is what that is. As is that. It's a small chance it's that little area that I didn't necessarily explore. I'd be rather disappointed if that is the case. Well, this is the boss. Yeah. It was not there. Ooh, what'd you get? Crossbow, fizz damage, lightning damage. Oh, +2 all projectile skills. That's a nice one. Is that a good, I don't know what level you are right now, Jer. Is that right around where you are? Or is that something that, well, it's so under-leveled that it's kind of too little too late? I think it is here. Yep, it is that little area that I missed. Alright, that's what we wanted. Also, huzzah. Just got it, it's so good. Noise. Okay, so here we go for this boss. I'm just curious, where do we stand for fire red? Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's not ideal. Here I was thinking I'd be able to hit that pig before it hit me. I was wrong. So under ideal circumstances, we would have a little bit more fire res than 8. We do have this, which I also just blew a charge from by getting hit by that pig. So, you know, for a few reasons... Oh, hold on. Technically, we're in a boss fight. We are no longer technically in a boss fight. Let's,
Hello.
Oops.
These are just some odds
I
and ends.
kind of completely forgot about the whole disenchanting thing, to be honest with you. This is better than the one we have, as I suspected. I'm not by a huge amount, but it does give us a little bit more life and a little bit more mana. This is fire res. Actually, what does our helmet look like? It's been so long since I checked. It has cold res and it has some life. Well, we don't need the cold res at the moment. We would rather have fire res. So, at least in the immediate term, this is more or less exactly what we were looking for. Unfortunately, we do lose some life, but we kind of, on net, break even because of this. Still slightly behind. Oh, let me... This... we could get a fire resistance rune, because we picked up a whole bunch of the cold resistant ones. Might have one of these already. Go for it. This is the bench we now have just gained access to, which means do things like that. I think we also had some other ones that we were holding on to with the intention of breaking them down in the future. Oh, let me also dump the... No.
Please.
Sell
Take your time.
the other ones that we don't particularly need. Probably like you. Might still hold on to you just to put back on once we're done with this boss. This one's a little bit tough.
It seems
Say.
shadows haunt us both.
Oi, take a look.
Love if you just had an obvious improvement of a chest plate for us to pick up, and then we can just say, oh, sure, lovely, we'll invest in that. We'll throw some rune sockets and then some runes in those sockets on that item. That's not a bad fizz damage roll. Not a bad lightning damage roll. Not really seeing what I'm looking for here. Quarterstabs out of curiosity. What is our base? Is Gothic? Pretty similar to what we have. Lightning instead of fire. Maybe you augment something better than mana gained on kill, which could be beneficial, but obviously that's speculative. So, yeah, I don't know that we really have fantastic answers. Here's the extra sapphire charm that I don't really think we need. Yeah, we'll probably just sell it.
Oi, anything take your fancy. Till next time.
Okay. I think we're just... We picked up... We've more than doubled our fire res. So that's something. We could... Yeah, there's the glacial runes. We have 4 of those, so no shortage there. We have 2 of the fire runes. If we wanted to, you throw a couple of those in, you have 20% more fire res. I think they buffed these, actually. I think they're slightly higher than what they used to be. Usually, I think it would be the medium tier, the second tier that gives 10%. These used to be 8, I want to say. So, slightly better than they used to be. 20% extra fire res if we use both of them. Means we're doubling our fire res once again. Which would be nice, it's just I don't feel great about doing that for, again, what is a low-level item. But ultimately, of course, these runes, they're low-level. We would theoretically have plenty of opportunities to pick up more and eventually just objectively better versions of them. This guy is still going to hit really hard. In fact, might even be able to one-shot us, but fire res, I think, will at least theoretically help.
Surely we can...
The path of peace is littered with death. Justice will fight.
Ogham deserves one last execution. Thunder!
I forgot that creates all those ripple effects. Oh, it's just a straight line. Ow. Ooh. No, that's a bad time to stun him when I started going in the opposite direction. Kind of missed opportunity there. It's guillotine, right? Yeah. Don't try to call that guy right when he's in the middle of the guillotine either. That one... I don't know how it would fare if we were to get hit by that. Well, that's the power. The huge power increase of us doing the... Oh, stop doing that. These guys do come out after you kill them. But of the power charge version of that attack. It's not so bad. This guy. Pull the lever. Wrong lever. Also, we got a 50% bonus to our defenses and our damage because we can now see the ground. I will admit, that was very helpful. You would think it would be helpful in this zone as well, what with it being very dark. However, the contrast between the darker stone and the part of the stone that has the light shining off of it is a little bit retina piercing. We might end up turning it back down for this zone if nothing else. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Just that's very shiny. You can see what I mean. Not from that angle, but that's how cragged. Uh-oh. That's kind of nasty. That could hurt. Those volatiles. What a drop of ground. Gasp. Ooh. This is huge, actually. That would be the best case to be made for replacing one of these iron rings would be to use this sapphire ring. We've had pretty good luck getting ring drops. Obviously, at the very beginning, we were talking about how that was a struggle, but that is often the case, of course. Ow. I'd rather not be hanging out in your blood pool. I'm not really Deadpool or Bloodborne kind of guy. Catch my drift. This is also a horrible place to be standing. In case that wasn't blatantly obvious. So naturally, what I'm going to do is teleport straight back into it. Excuse me, sir? Thank you. Or madame. Woo, that was, yes, multiple enemies that were cullable, but the way in which we teleported around was a little chaotic. Even for me. A little unexpected. Oh, I didn't even realize, but this is the... Not intending to do this. This is the place where you get the support gem drop, which is nice. Feels like that did not require us to go as far out of the way as we would have previously needed to have gone. So again, as I mentioned before, they've done some things to make it clearer what direction you're supposed to go in, and I think the answer is not this direction, just to clarify. But they may also, in some cases, have just made some areas shorter / more straightforward to navigate with, you know, fewer twists and turns and whatnot. Beyond just giving you hints for which direction you are technically supposed to go for different things. But now that's throwing me off a little bit, because... Do we continue going this way? Does mean that some of the things that we might have previously assumed to be the case may no longer be as such. We do also have a level, which I should allocate soon. We have that, right? Oh, here we go. We're getting close. That's a tell, but that existed before. There is a rare here. I think it's one of the nasty spellcaster blood ladies. You didn't really know how to describe this type of enemy. Ow. No, please don't insist on pathing through all of that stuff. Now, so it does mean that superior items are more valuable to us than they used to be, because we can now disassemble them at the bench to get whetstones and armor scraps and all that. Excuse me? Excuse me. Oh boy. Yeah, this area still has a lot of fire enemies, doesn't it? Definitely noticing that we are getting ignited a fair bit. There is technically one more optional fire boss before we get to the act boss. Ow. Yeah, I was about to say this is going to kill us. It's actually a really nasty place to go down just from a pathing standpoint, because it's a lot of steps we need to retrace. Oh, well, that's a nice little consolation, though. Out of curiosity, what kind of crit chance are we looking at now? We're looking at around 20%. Which again is nothing to write home about, but it also is certainly non-zero. Where's the actual primary essence enemy? Huh? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Was there a rare in that essence? Huh? Excuse me? Where'd the rare go? You know, the enemy that actually has the essence? Alrighty then. Not sure what to make of that, but we carry on. Kinda thinking we, especially given how we went down earlier here, now we're retracing our steps. Yeah, we are still getting experience, but I do think probably have a little more aggressively now. And die. Again. Nearly. No, instead we get a unique drop.
I must maintain a fine balance.
2 sockets in it, which is actually useful. Oh, there's still an enemy here? Is there? I thought I just heard something hitting me. Or maybe that was the sound of trying to pick something up, only to have it then fall on the ground because our inventory was full. Another one of you guys with an extra fizz damage aura? Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. There's some pretty serious pack density here. So this is where we went down, for context. And here's the exit. Oh no. No, I take it back. It wasn't quite that close. Here's the exit. That's why I was saying that was unfortunate timing. Okay, so given how our inventory is full and given how we now probably do want to start prepping for Geonor, and maybe we do Candlemas with fire-based stuff and then we'll head to town and swap over to cold stuff. blood stuff on the ground, and that's not really my kind of thing. Oh, that's a sleep mechanic right there. Feels like we skipped it in a few zones, so we have not seen it as played. Is that a new skill? Let's see here. Now, I don't know if in the future this will be, oh, this icon does match this icon here. What I was about to say is I don't know in the future if there will be tells, visual tells, of what type of stuff you are potentially going to see on these mechanics. Like if, oh, this one has some candles around it, and therefore it's going to give you the option to do fire stuff. No, I'm pretty sure that's just because we're about to fight Candlemas. This is sort of a... Candles are thematically fitting on this occasion, but are there other things like the color or the shape of the symbol there? As I said, that actually does match, and this one I think is just a blank gray circle because that's the rune that we have yet to inscribe. Extra Orb of Alchemy. We can go body, vision, or mind rune. I think we're definitely going body here for the life stuff. Ooh, that guy looks really nasty. I don't know if we've seen one of them before. Okay, no, you do have to do something to break out of that circle. I thought that was an enemy. Oh, that looks like a place where you don't want to stand. Now we get a little bit of Verisium. Oh, we do need to make a little bit of inventory space. Yes. Let's see. We have double socket. That's why we were holding on to you, right? We don't really need humongous blue item that we will never end up using ourselves. Wow. There's the level. This is nice. As you can see, this area is pretty rippy. I'm thinking we try to track down Candlemas, then we'll head back to town. Just a basic attack as well. Yep, we got stunned and it hurt. Oh, okay. I was so distracted by just trying to open those up that I paid zero attention to the enemies that were actually more or less right next to me. So that is on me. It's definitely not the correction of Candlemas for what it's worth. This is just a circle. Probably do this though. More crit chance. And this one is a larger chunk of crit chance. Maybe we'll double check exactly what number we're on once we pick that up. There are some support gems that give crit, which for crit builds as you're leveling actually can in one or two cases be worth considering as a way to make you feel more like a crit build from the early stages of the game. So might be worth considering. Oh, this is the quote-unquote correct direction. Candlemas might be before that? No, no, it's not.
Face.
Is this Candlemas? This is Candlemas. That feels quicker Candlemass used to be hidden in a more obscure corner. Which is in part why I was being fairly meticulous where we were going. Oh, why, hello there!
Is there no limit to corruption's influence?
I've been too soon. Oh no, it was not. There we go. Get stunned, bro. It's not a great place to stand. I guess for that, it's not so bad. I would really rather you not hang out in this corner where I have relatively limited options to avoid your attacks. Could I do something to change that situation? Yeah, probably. But that's okay. That's not necessary.
This is the cost of pagan beliefs.
We definitely do want that, though. That's kind of the whole reason for doing this. A little bit of extra life. Okay. So now... just go from here, I guess. That was the last reason to hold on to fire-resistant stuff, at least in the short term. But now it is definitely cold resistance time. Don't really do anything. Oh, no, you do give us a skill check. Okay, fair enough. My apologies.
Okay.
In fact, we can use that to get a non-zero DPS upgrade for Falling Thunder. It is now possible for us to go to the next tier. Hold on. Ice Strike, perform fast Ice Strike. Use attack 3 times in quick succession. Causes final strike that is slower and more powerful. There's Flurry, series of aggressive strikes when used in quick succession. Third strike. Wait. Third use strikes 3 times. Fourth use performs final strike that calls down powerful shocking bolt. Okay. That may be a little bit better. Or sustained single target damage. I don't know. I mean, Falling Thunder has been doing pretty well for us. Again, at least when we have the power charges, it's been pretty clutch. Vaulting Impact. AoE. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Leap forward, slam the ground, send out Shockwave. Shockwave applies Broken Stance to dazed enemies, causing any hits against those enemies to deal extra damage. Don't know that that's as intriguing to us right now. We have been doing lightning-based stuff. That's not necessarily something we have to be committing to long-term. So just because we have been doing Falling Thunder doesn't mean we have to do Tempest Flurry. We could do Ice Strike if for whatever reason we thought that was preferable. I imagine that against this upcoming boss, he probably has more cold res than he does anything else, so this is probably not a good time to suddenly start using cold skills. Whereas, either we upgrade this... I think we should keep it simple and upgrade this for now, because as I said, I have liked it. Okay, let's clear out some space. That. Like that. And like that. This is not a great unique. It's quite a common one, I think. Low evasion for an item that does not have a character level requirement. That is good life and good life regeneration. Gain 5 rage when hit by an enemy. Gain 10 rage when critically hit by an enemy. I don't really know that we are going to end up using it. I think we're just going to stockpile it for now. More support gems, which at this point in time, to an extent, we are running out of useful ways to use them. So they may just get stockpiled here. But as I was saying, one of the main reasons for hopping back over here was to prep ourselves for cold. That ring, we'd probably... Oops. Probably like to craft. possibly even transmute, augment into regal. I wouldn't be opposed to it as long as these are half decent. I mean, yes, we are doing lightning damage, as we were just saying. 3% is a little hard to get excited about. It is the minimum range for what is likely the lowest possible tier. Lightning resistance, I'm sensing a bit of a theme here, although that's probably better in a vacuum for this upcoming fight. Much less so the case, but I'm not necessarily against doing this. Life regeneration, also not horrible. I don't think I'm going to exalt it. It's not that good, but it is probably still worth throwing on here. Let's just check. Cold res. Yeah, that's where most of our cold res is coming from right now. It's 34. If we could get a little bit higher, that would be nice. We were thinking about, I think, throwing this on. It's a little bit more cold res, but it's something. I mean, it's losing a fair bit of ES, though. Just see if there's any
How can I help? What would you like?
cold res. Helmets, preferably. I mean, we could also go we can swap out the fire resistance here for cold res. It does mean we're blowing through our runes pretty quickly, although, as I was saying, we kind of made a point of picking up the cold ones, and this is the main thing that we would want the cold ones for. And these are going to be outdated soon enough. These lesser runes. Now we're up to 54. Now, obviously, that's not capped, but this boss is not necessarily balanced around you being capped on resistance, so I think this is, in the grand scheme of things, quite high with the resistances.
It's all gone. It is good. I like to hold on to bits.
And he's
and
not
pieces.
pure
I need
cold
to catch
damage. I
your
think he's
eye.
probably 50-50. Did we look at this before? Better fire res, better lightning res. Armor slightly better, get some energy shield. We lose life, but it's basically trading life for energy shield. And you get life gained on kill, you lose that flat physical damage, which looks like a small number, but I think we're still early enough in the game that that is not insignificant. So I think we actually will keep what we have, largely for that reason. I think with the energy shield, we'll probably still keep the one we have. 7% cold res. Yes, it would help. And the higher your resistances go, the more value you get from each incremental point. So 7% may not seem like a lot, but it actually is a kind of big deal. But then remember, we have this, which gives us an additional 25%. Yes, it has only enough charges to work twice, but it's something. Just
It is
quickly
good to
see.
you. Please, take your time.
Selling anything that we would potentially be interested in? No, would have been jewelry if anything, and it would have been very expensive, but I'm not really seeing it, so we'll pass. Probably
It's
gonna sell you as
beautiful.
well.
I accept.
Yeah, we'll dump it. Dump you. Yes, we'll dump you too. This theoretically
Stay safe
make a case for
if you can.
us using it. Yeah, there is. Okay. Technically, we stockpiled some things with the intention of identifying them and seeing if they'd be useful once we had auto-identification and or the bench. Just take a minute.
Take a look.
Do some of this stuff like, okay, there's another cold res option. Don't think that's good enough to warrant it, though. I mean, these were, again, these were things we picked up very early on. So,
If you find
bottom
one,
tier base item
bring it back.
bottom tier rolls on everything, more or less guaranteed. Oh. That's a little bit interesting. Didn't remember these guys. Oh, right, it was the flat cold damage rather than fizz. But I think we were saying we wanted more total resistances rather than specializing in cold, but on this occasion we actually do want to specialize in cold. Keep that there. And do this.
Greeting.
Boy, take a look. If you find a
Okay.
friend out there, don't bring it back.
Now, let's head over with our 63% cold res. Now we almost don't even need this. Actually, before that. Okay. At least, uh-oh, that guy was nasty. For the boss, we are now in better shape. Arguably, for everything else, we are in worse shape. So, like, this kind of nasty enemy, for example, does make me a little concerned. Now, of course, watch us pick up gear that is better than what we were just working with. Is that the official way down? Or it is, right? One of these spots has a bonus room with a bunch of gold in it, which would be kind of nice at this stage in the game, when, of course, we're still rather light on the gold. Let me just see what this looks like. Nah, I don't think so. They opened that powered version was going to take out everyone in the room. Tried to reposition myself to set that up, and then it just never really happened. Excuse me? Oh, it's this way. You mean to tell me it's this way? You live? This also feels maybe slightly quicker. I think the lower levels, lower floors in this area, they've always been smaller, right? Or am I making that up? Ooh, that's actually a very useful case. Right? That's the strength one, isn't it? Yeah. What is our decent explicit rolls on that? The implicit is probably not necessary at this point. Can't open this sign. Nonsense is that. How am I supposed to get my 5 gold? Ooh. Owie. That's dead end, right? Yep. I think this is the extra gold area. feel like I saw a little hint somewhere. No? Is it not? It's the table with the, whatever you want to call this, the fancy candle, the lantern of some sort. Seem to be pointing in that direction. That's the official way down. Like the bonus gold room, does it not exist anymore? I mean, it's not critically important. Maybe they got rid of it. It used to have an icon. Not seeing it anymore. I don't remember exactly which floor it's on, but maybe it still exists and it's on the final floor, and for whatever reason they chose to get rid of the icon on the world map. Over there, though. Hello. There's the power of the empowered version once again. Actually, I think that's a dead end, but again, I want to see if that bonus room still exists. Did use the call, which did give us some useful power charges. On the other hand, it did teleport me right in the middle of a very dangerous back. Almost backfired. Hold on a second. What is this? Is this the equivalent of what used to be the bonus gold room? It might be, to be honest. It's definitely not as much as it used to be. I don't think. And it used to be in a secret little area where you had to hit a hidden lever to open up the door. And obviously that was not the case there. It was a relatively isolated corner, but not nearly as secret. Gandalf would not approve. It was not safe. Well, we've basically checked everything here. Now we're about to cross over on this side toward the bowels.
The beast hungers.
What are they doing?
Alright. Well, we're close-ish to a level, but oh well. Okay. So, hopefully, that should be a big boon for us, the extra cold res. The damage, we'll see if that stacks up. As whether Lids pays close enough attention to the mechanics to not just instantly get got. That's maybe the biggest question. Oh, I should have made more of a point of using those guys to farm up power charges. I don't know if they would have lasted long enough for this monologue, though, to be honest. Why is you see that little sparkle there? Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe now is not the right time to look at little quirks to the UI that they've changed. That was closer than it ought to have been. Oh, hello. I was in the perfect spot for you to hit me with that. I forgot he can transform this early, to be honest. More gullible. I need my power charges. Shocked. You know, maybe don't stand in the middle of where he has all the cross stuff going on. This is, I'm gonna be honest, this is not the damage we would like to be seeing at this stage. It's not a great. Excuse me, sir. Sir. Okay. I'm waiting for him to finish the monologue, but came closer to killing me during the monologue than I would have liked. There we go. Slam, right? That's what he usually does, doesn't it? No, it's not. Okay, now we're going straight into monologue. Lovely. The other monologue. Well, we could actually use these guys to farm power charges, which would be nice. Although he's gonna obviously have something to say about that. Oh my goodness. Wow. Hello. Stand where I'm going to stand there. That was closer than it ought to have been as well. Ow. Also, ow. This is what I mean. Very much like to have more damage than this at this stage. I was about to say, we were getting kind of lucky with him not going into the monologue for a long time, but our luck can only last for so long. What? That was in call range. How at least my power charges. Gross. Also gross. Also gross. Basically, hit one of them, get some power charges, and then just stop attacking them because I don't want to waste power charges on them. That's not a great place to stand. I'm surprised he hasn't done the blood version of this yet, to be honest, although I'm going to do my best to get killed by the normal version anyway. Oh, I didn't even realize we were building up close to a stun. But that works. Get culled, dude? Oh no, I'm getting culled. I was paying so close attention to him getting into cull range, and then as soon as I saw the little light glow up on him, I was like, okay, now I press the cull button. Oh no. Well, in case it wasn't clear, I was in the process of being staggered and stunned by his skill that you don't want to stand directly in front of, as I was trying to press that cull button, and he won that duel. He won that race. Oh no. That is very, very unfortunate and so avoidable. I mean, you know, sidestep and then wait 1 second, sidestep at all, and then use cull, and then he's dead. Or sidestep and do anything else to do damage, and he's dead. So, mistakes were made. Well, wasn't Jer saying earlier he just had something very similar happen to him as well, where he, I guess, killed Gianor and was about to pick up the loot, but had some kind of... Oh, right, because he was probably doing the bleed, one of the bleed effects, and hitting him with dot, and that's what killed him before he was able to really finish the encounter. So, Basically, don't worry, Jer. I was doing my best to repeat that in just a slightly different way. Oh, man. Oh, it's probably happened to me before in some kind of similar way like that. Maybe more so along the lines of what happened to Jer earlier. I feel like that one's a little more unusual. Especially when you... Yeah, it's specifically because I knew I had the cull. So I was just waiting to do slightly more damage to him so that I could press the cull button, and then I just assumed the moment that I did that it would be immediately over, and then it turns out that that was not the case. I was about to say, no, instead I'm just going to die to his base form. But I think I was also struggling with a bit at the beginning as well. I mean, this form might be more physical damage than his other forms. You know, later on, he might become a little more... I mean, he certainly does have some things to do full damage here, but that basic sword swing might be pure fizz. I also don't know exactly what the range on this attack is, to be honest with you. There are definitely times where I feel like it's right on the edge, and it's not 100% clear if it's landing or not. Haven't quite been paying close enough attention to notice if damage is applying or not. It keeps up with that as well. Okay, here's the conversion. Drop that. Not sure that it makes the biggest of differences, to be honest, but it's okay. Not doing that much damage. We did get kind of lucky, to be honest, when it came to the types of skills that he was using in the previous one. This is a very bad place to stand. I don't think he did a single one of the blood empowered versions of his skills. That's obviously how he killed me last time. With that skill, which is usually very avoidable as long as you hear him announcing it. It's the visual tell is pretty significant as well. I actually came close to stunning him out of that, which would have been huge. Now just now. Fine. Now waste my power charges. They don't like it. Well, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do the other one to get the power charges back. Oh my goodness. Just all the little things that are not supposed to be problems are causing problems. They're adding up such that, like, for example, my flash charges, you may have noticed, are not in a very good place right now. Oh, that did. Simple sidestep. All it takes. I wish I was closer so I'd be more able to hit you. Okay. That was bad timing. I was still in the end lag of a previous dodge. Almost meant that I was going to get nailed by that. I did get hit by that.
I will take out your heart and savor it.
No, don't get too there. Get back here. I have no choice but to blast. Means we are kind of screwed. Do you now? Okay, don't get greedy. Especially when he's doing stuff like that. Okay, what did we learn? We press the call button. Immediately. And don't worry about what skill he's using, right? I'm pretty sure that's what we learned last time. I believe it's called greed. I can relate to this, yes. Is your grenade going off after you died? Oh, and that killed him after you were dead. Okay.
Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages From the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish.
Alright. Well, there we go.
We must make haste.
He is dead.
Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
We may or may not have had one or two stumbles along the way. This could be our next quarterstaff. I guess we'll pick this up while we're at it as well, and we're out.
You've done well. The dark good luck. Bye.
Actually, oh yeah. Use this. Identify.
Count, we can fight. What would you like?
Let's just see. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the tier of the rolls, I don't really know if they can get much higher at this level. But those are 3 flat damage rolls, plus a crit chance roll. Oh, the base crit is 10%, whereas our existing one has base 12. Honestly, that alone might mean that this actually is not an upgrade, even though it really looks like it would be. Increased stun, build up life on hit. I mean, it has so many other things going for it. It's probably still going to say, tooltip-wise, that it is better. Yeah, by a fairly significant margin at that. It's just that it doesn't lean into the aspects that we're trying to lean into as much. So technically our damage scaling is not quite as good. Like, let's just see what the crit chance says. This says crit chance is 21. This says crit chance is... Okay, honestly, that's not as bad as I thought. That's not that big of a difference. So, yeah. In that case, this could prove to be very good.
Till next time.
That works. I think we can sell our old one in that case.
Hello.
We have another one that's
I've collected
of
these over
similar
time. What do you
quality.
think?
Fair bit of spell damage, but two-handed
I like
weapon.
this
That's
one.
in large part the reason. Oh, that's salvageable. We should do that instead. Then this one we were on the fence about. At this point, I feel like we could probably do better. This base I was kind of interested in crafting. Let's... that. Then... throw some of this stuff in here. You. Not amazing. I know I was saying early stages a little bit is nice, but this is a downgrade. Yeah. The strength implicit does still give this more life than the one we're currently using. Little bit more. But then we lose out on the intelligence, which is useful at least for attribute requirements. Might not need it. Accuracy, it's something. It's not completely useless. And then life regen, as I said, is actually a downgrade, so it's not great. It's not really great. I was hoping it would be a clearer upgrade, and that's
Take.
not really what I'm seeing.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
I think in that case,
Greetings.
we will carry on.
The trail of corruption leads east. So east we shall go. It seems fate conspires to return me to the plains of Vastiri. The Countess has
Yeah,
escaped
we've
with
certainly
the
seen this
beast.
before. I don't believe this will be changed at all. I think what we'll do, since we have been going for a while now and it's getting pretty late, I do see that the stream potentially says that we've only been going for an hour, when we've definitely been going for considerably longer than that. It does suggest that maybe the stream went down briefly. I am hoping that that was not for long, / was not a particularly big issue. But been going for a while and it is getting late, so what I'm thinking is we'll usually when we're around here we try to take down, what is his name, Rathpith, or the next boss in this area, so we can actually get into the Act 2 town.
Thank you.
Rathpith is the name of an item. Is that also the name of the hyena dude
So
as
these
well?
are the Marikath.
I don't remember.
Life seems
We don't really need to talk to you in
difficult
advance.
in the desert.
Don't believe. We do have the new quarterstaff. I'm kind of curious to see how this does. The immediate answer seems to be quite well. Analytics seems fine? Okay. Yeah, I could try just scrolling back a little bit, and it seemed like it was doing okay. I don't know what that's all about. Just on the streaming software, it tells me how long I've been going for, and it says we've been going for just about an hour, which suggests that there was a brief moment roughly 59 minutes ago when the stream may have momentarily gone down and then rebooted. Or at least I would hope only momentarily gone down and then rebooted so quickly that maybe I just didn't notice it all. But then there's always that nightmare situation of, oh, was it actually down for a long period of time and I didn't realize, and I was doing all this stuff and I thought people knew, thought people were following along, but it actually, it was just me. No one saw anything. Maybe it was fine after all. Maybe it's just a false alarm. That level 5 gem, which, we do actually have at least one other level 5 gem. I think we might have just used on our main skill right there. For Falling Thunder. We did also get a level, though. I think this one might be notable. Yeah, this is 25% crit chance. This may very well make up for the crit that we just lost from switching. In fact, it more than makes up for the crit that we lost from switching to this quarterstaff. Obviously, it means if we had gone back to the other one with higher base crit, then it would be even higher still, but look, that's a moot point now, okay? That's pretty nice when it creates all those. That's a lot. Even when there's like one enemy per hit, and it's very overkill, we'll take it. It would help, though, if I hit any of the enemies. Never seem to go down? Nice. It's that. When we're not that close to the enemy, we don't have the projectiles going out. Not exactly sure where the end of the AoE is. Ow. Definitely should have pulled there. Oh, this is new. This visual. This surely is the boss, right? That's the signal. Make it clearer that, hey, this is where you're technically supposed to go. There is an optional area, or at least was an optional area, that gave you some extra loot, but there's our confirmation. Wrath Breaker, not Wrath Pith. As I said, Wrath Pith is absolutely the name of a weapon. Now I'm just trying to kill enemies outright with Killing Palm, because I was wondering if you have enough damage for that to work. It seemed like in one of the cases it did not, and eventually it did. I don't know, man. This guy can hit quite hard, of course. Setting up that big slam now. That was very misleading where that was going to be. Excuse me? Something hit us incredibly hard, but it was not the main boss. Was it the little guys on the side that throw spears at us? Good pit. There we go. Get him. Not too bad. Then again, this is another enemy that absolutely, even once you kill him, you can find yourself getting trapped in the corner like this. And dying that way. So, you know, just trying to clear things out a little bit more before we start trying to pick things up. Another base the staff that we just got, but the rolls on this staff were quite fortunate. I don't really think we're going to be able to get lucky and do any better than what we just saw. As you can see, XP. I don't really know why we're sticking around to fight these guys now, to be honest with you.
You mate.
Another level 5.
So this is how they survive.
Okay. Let's just...
The beast
ID.
Who goes there? You may try.
Actually-
Warm nights.
Salvage to the extent relevant. Yep, sure.
Take your time.
Darn. No movement speed.
As you wish.
Oh well. As I said, I think we're probably... Was that one quality or anything like that? No. I think we're probably just going to sell this. I don't think we can outcraft what we just randomly got to drop. These guys... Oh, we can upgrade Killing Palm. Okay, we'll do that. Then we can upgrade the Tempest Spell, which I know we did not use once. But that's okay. I will mess around with that a little bit more, I think, in the future and figure out... come in with more of a plan how that one might work. But okay, so we're into Act 2, and we've, I think, had some pretty decent luck with the combination of Falling Thunder and Killing Palm. There are some good synergies there. Killing Palm giving you the power charges to make pretty dramatic improvement to Falling Thunder. Now, I do think that means Killing Palm we're going to keep likely until through endgame for that power charge generation. As for whether Falling Thunder remains the way that we benefit from those power charges, or we end up choosing some other way to use them, that definitely remains to be seen. But we're already starting to get a fair bit of what our goal is. The crit chance and crit damage, and we still have more damage there, and more damage there, and other clusters that are not too far away that we can target as well. And then we're in Act 2, so we're getting a little bit closer to having the opportunity to ascend, which obviously will also be a very big difference maker for us as well. And Case, did I mention? I'm pretty sure I mentioned at some point. Yeah, the intention is to try one of the new ascendancies. So not only have I never played any form of monk before, but the plan is to go with the martial artist, which is one of the new new ascendancies of any variety, obviously falling under the monk category. So that is in the foreseeable future as well. So that's what we have planned, and anything beyond that is purely to be determined. Even the things that I just mentioned may very well be to be determined, but hey, we've made some good progress, and that counts for something, right? Alright, but with that being said, I do think this is probably a good time for us to wrap things up. So let me just throw this screen on, and thank you all for stopping by. This was, of course, our Path of Exile 2 stream for the new Path of Exile expansion and League. Now, the tricky thing becomes, what does that mean for our schedule? Because we currently already have 3 games in the rotation, and there are only 3 weekend nights for us to do stuff. So we need to get creative to manufacture some room to either make PoE 2 fall into that rotation, or to keep PoE 2 on this Friday spot and then carve some other time out for Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, which is the thing that we sacrificed at least this week, or bumped to Monday this week, in order to create this space. So I'm just going to say, in a vacuum, we would usually do Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer Fridays, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer Saturdays, and Pyre multiplayer on Sundays. I have not yet figured out how we're going to make it work with Path of Exile 2 as well, we are, for what it's worth, getting quite close to a good stopping point, or at least pausing point in Mass Effect Andromeda, because we're very close to maxing out our manifest, so maybe that'll give us some additional options there, but that remains to be determined. So, with that being said, if you haven't done so yet already, of course, you can also hit the subscribe button, and that way you can more easily stay up to date on what we are doing with our streams and videos and all that stuff. But the best place to do all of that is, give me just a second, I can give you a link to the Discord, which is where you will definitely be able to see when we are doing new streams and whatnot. Do this. Ignore the caps lock. That's not important. That's not important. Alright, so with that being said, I think that is going to be it for me for tonight. Oh, the other thing worth noting is I may still end up playing some PoE 2 off-stream, to be brutally honest with you, just so that we don't end up falling behind, especially because I do not know when our next PoE 2 stream will be. So, if we cannot find a time to do it for a week plus, then obviously I would rather be making at least some progress in the meantime, so that we don't fall way behind on PoE 2. So, yes, I know that means you guys are missing out on some of the stuffs, but I would like to believe that for PoE, that's not as big of a deal, at least certainly in the early stages of the campaign, where we've, for the most part, seen all that stuff before, and isn't really until we start diving into some of the newer mechanics in greater detail, and our new ascendancy, exploring some of the options there, that we really start to see the new stuff start to take form. So with all that being said, now I will wrap things up. Thank you all for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll catch you next time. Have a good night.